All right, welcome, one and all, to the latest episode of the Xbox 2 podcast, episode 374 on this beautiful first day of August. My birthday month is finally upon us. I'm Randall Thor 19, if you didn't know, the man with the million. And with me, as usual, we have Mr. Windows Central himself, one and only, Mr. Jez VPN Corden. How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing good, bro. Doing
Yep.
good, bro. Yeah, had this week off work, man. So I've been chilling, hitting my backlog, playing a crap load of games, both old and new. So I'm feeling energized, feeling good. I got my cup of tea, thanks to my girlfriend. Thanks, Andy. And
well, you know
had
what
a blueberry muffin.
you know what everybody's waiting for is not giving her a cup of tea. It's giving her that that diamond ring. It's getting down on that knee and being like, hey, how about you spend the rest of your life with me?
All right.
That's what people want to know.
Yeah.
That's what people are hoping for.
There's time.
Yeah.
There's time for such things. Everyone in chat saying happy birthday, man.
Well, it's not my birthday yet. My birthday's not August 1st. But it's at the it's later in the month, pretty much at the end. But it is the birthday month, so that means Jez has to be nice to me finally, because he's usually very mean.
That's bullshit. I'm always nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the nicest person on earth, actually. I don't know if you're aware of that, but actually I'm the nicest person on earth. I was voted by the Nobel Peace people. That may or may not be true. Full disclaimer. But how's your week been, Rand? You had a good week?
Yeah.
Been
good
rocking
week.
And rolling?
Yep, absolutely. Who doesn't love to rock and roll? A lot of stuff happening this week. A lot of things going on. We had breaking news almost as soon as we went off the air last week on Friday. PlayStation has a job listing to bring games to Xbox? Excuse me? That literally broke 10 minutes after we ended the show. Because I remember I was sitting there and me and you were talking after the show as we usually do. Because sometimes, 4-hour show, it's late for Jez. Sometimes, Jez will be like, I gotta go, I'm tired. But we hung around for a few minutes talking about stuff. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, you see this from Hazador? And you're like, what? I'm like, PlayStation just put up a job listing about putting games on Xbox and Nintendo Switch. And Jez was like, to the article making machine I go.
Yeah, I was going to go to bed, but it was like, great,
I got to write this article, and he's
no one else was
the way you said it was like, oh, I have to write this article. He's like, oh. But then this week you were like, thanks for the 1 million page views last month or whatever it was. So
yeah, it was obviously I focus a lot on news. That's like my job, news. It was a great month for news of all shapes and sizes. There was some good news. Obviously Helldivers coming to Xbox, I would say, is good news, right? Then also layoffs, which
good news depending on who you are, I guess.
Oh right, yeah. I suppose some people are really. I've seen some people who have made a career out of hating Xbox.
Oh. Yes, there definitely are those people.
Throwing in the towel, talking about going to PC, proper crashing out, all this kind of stuff. It's been interesting to watch console warriors really discover the reality of the way the industry's going, right? Xbox went first, and then we all had our doom and gloom moments.
As they typically do. They typically do things first and get a lot of flack for it.
They do. They get a lot of flack for it. And
kind of come.
We were all there was plenty of Xbox fans as well who were like, oh God, they're destroying the brand, all this kind of thing, right? And thinking about the console war aspect of it. But I think for a lot of Xbox fans, I know this is true for us, at least me, I'm not speaking for you, but it was all like, this is Xbox, winding shit down, because without exclusives, how are they going to be able to grow or sell a platform? But It doesn't seem to have hurt their console engagement because Saty was there again.
No, I mean, it definitely hurt their hardware. You can see that in their reporting. Was it down 22% year over year?
Yeah, but PlayStation's also predicting hardware to be down this year. So it's like, is it because of exclusives or because of previous mistakes going back even further, not having enough exclusives?
Well, I think it's more to do with you probably tap out your audience at the current price point you're at, but you can't drop price because of the economic situations. I mean, look at Nintendo. What Nintendo just did. They just raised the price of the Switch. Right? Like 30,
yeah, I did see
like
that.
the different versions of the Switch 1. Now, granted, it's probably because they want to. I did see Z Huge talking about it, and he thinks they'll raise the price of the Switch 2 eventually. But it's probably done to probably keep the Switch 1 pricing or the Switch 2 pricing the same for now. But, I mean, considering the Switch 2 just sold 6 million units and however long it's been out, and it's like the fastest selling console ever. People obviously aren't like put off by the price yet, but you can argue like, hey, those are all just fans upgrading or what have you. Like,
I mean, it is.
But at some point, you're going to run out of people that are willing to buy something at that price point, and you're going to have to shift down, right? But the problem is, this console generation hasn't seen many price drops. So,
no.
If you have to keep those prices up because of economic uncertainty and all these sort of things that the companies deal with, well, yeah, at some point you're gonna sell less than you did before. I mean, Xbox is actually selling the consoles higher than they, at launch. Like the Series X is what, $600 right now? I mean, it launched at $500. So it's like, yeah, the audience who wants the Xbox at that price point is way tapped out. But they're not willing to drop the price. So, couple that with, okay, well, the news about the multi-platform stuff, it's like people might be like, you know what, it's out of my price range. I could just get this other thing that's cheaper and play stuff there. But it's definitely super interesting because Xbox did this stuff last year, right? And everybody's like, all right, well, maybe the future is multi-platform, right? Maybe Sony and Nintendo might engage in these sort of things 10 years from now. No, I don't think anybody had in their bingo card it would be a year later. Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. No. PlayStation LLC publishing, right? One before it was Death Stranding published by, 505 Games or, MLB doesn't count because it's, the licensed stuff.
Licensed.
All the sort of things that you would say.
Will it eventually be Spider-Man doesn't count because it's licensed?
Well, potentially. Maybe, Well, it's funny. And we'll talk all about that whole PlayStation games coming to Xbox. Like, honestly, the title I put today is not clickbait because I don't normally clickbait the title for the podcast. I have a certain way. I've been doing it forever. I even don't do custom thumbnails for the podcast, which is something I probably should do, although I don't really think it matters so much for streaming. The way I always envisioned was, okay, the videos have their own custom thumbnails, the podcasts have their own thumbnails, and like you could look at a glance and know what it is, whether it's the podcast or whether it's a video. Yeah. Granted, I haven't released many videos, so that kind of goes out the wayside. But I wanted people to be like, okay, that's the that's the latest Xbox 2 podcast episode. This is how we do it, right? But like, look at today's title of the podcast. PlayStation games coming to Xbox, and Xbox games dominate PlayStation Store. That is not hyperbole. That is not an exaggeration.
No, exactly. No.
That is the truth. And then Battlefield 6, because we got to talk about the Battlefield 6 stuff among like all these other things that happened this week. But imagine if I said to you 5 years ago in 2020 that this was going to be a topic, like this is going to be the title. You'd been like, you're nuts. You're absolutely crazy. But it's true. Like, it's happening, and
it reads like a fanboy clickbait.
Yes, it reads.
Thing,
it reads like
it isn't at all. It's just like the reality.
Yeah, and it's super crazy to think about. Like the PlayStation, Xbox games are dominant. Yeah, Xbox is literally the #1 publisher on PlayStation and the #1 publisher on Xbox. Like, how crazy is that? And that comes directly from Satya Nadella. Or Nadella.
Satya Nadella?
Satya Nadella. Yeah.
That's kind of
Satya
cool
Nadella,
name.
but like, they're the biggest publisher on PlayStation and Xbox. And it's crazy to think about, but this is something nobody would have envisioned even back when they bought ABK in 2022. Nobody was really talking about them going multi-platform like they have, right?
No.
It was only like later on, but it's like how much of Microsoft dominating PlayStation Store sales affect the idea of PlayStation looking at it and being like, well, maybe we could put some stuff on other platforms that won't hurt our current business but would give us more revenue because we're always looking for more profit. I don't know. There's a lot really there to dissect.
I've got a load of theories about this.
Got a load of theories. Okay.
Yeah. Great theories that I haven't seen anyone else really put out there. So we'll talk about that.
So welcome to the Xbox 2 podcast, everybody. Appreciate you all being here on this Friday afternoon, whether you're listening to it live with us right now and you're in chat, or you're lurking, or you're listening to this later on YouTube or Spotify, iTunes. We appreciate everybody who hangs out and drops by, if it's just for 5 minutes or if it's for the entire show. It doesn't matter. We love all of you, and we hope you going to enjoy the show and have a great day and an even better weekend. So do us a big favor, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It's all free. Doesn't cost you anything. You can always join our Patreon for exclusive perks, like a question and answer thread and exclusive access to, I think Discord, like a secret Discord server or whatever, or
we got a Discord server. We got a Discord server, exclusive channels, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and we'll get to those Xbox 2 MVP shoutouts in just a minute. But this week's episode, Jez, just like last week's episode, is we do have a sponsor for this, and it's the usual. It's Surfshark VPN.
That is correct.
Which VPNs are certainly popular these days for reasons. So
yeah, it really does feel like the whole internet, all governments around the world just decided, okay, let's unleash the censorship right now. Like, I've read even like YouTube is like,
YouTube's like, we're going to determine if you're 18 years old by using AI. And I was just like, well, what happens if you're older than 18, but the AI determines that you're younger?
Yeah, what's your
do you have to upload something to YouTube? Like, you have to upload your driver's license or upload some sort of, I don't know, credit card statement, because I think you can't get credit cards until you're 18. Like, what's the relying on AI for this seems a recipe for disaster, a recipe for bad things happening in the future. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, that's kind of what it seems like to me. But
yeah, I mean, there's obviously the not censorship, but there's websites in the UK now require you to upload data and stuff like that. And the problem is, a lot of these services, you don't know who these services are. They're usually just random companies that they say they don't sell you data, but it'll only take one hack for people to get access to that data. It's a disaster waiting to happen. So why even take the risk? Which is why, Rand, we are sponsored by the illustrious fine folks over at Surfshark VPN.
Yes.
That's shark noise, by the way.
That's the shark. That's the shark. Yes.
Yeah. So it's specifically a shark who is surfing the web safely with Surfshark's amazing VPN private service. So, looking for a smarter way to protect your digital life? Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one solution for safe, seamless online browsing. Whether you're watching your favorite shows, leveling up in your favorite games, or just catching up on the latest internet trends, Surfshark has your back, with blazing fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. Ready to experience internet freedom like never before? Surfshark helps you cut through online barriers with ease. No more geo-blocks, no more restrictions. Access global content, unlock new possibilities, and enjoy a cleaner, faster browsing experience thanks to Surfshark's clean web tech, which fends off ads, trackers, and malware right before they reach you. Your privacy is top priority with Surfshark. With a strict no logs policy, your online activity stays yours and yours alone. And with Surfshark's powerful encryption, your personal data is wrapped in layers of security, giving you total peace of mind while you surf. Here's a deal you don't want to miss. Xbox 2 podcast listeners get a whopping 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan. That works out to around $2 a month-ish, somewhere around there. Reclaim your online freedom. Click the link in the description or in the chat to get started. Browse boldly, browse safely, and browse with Surfshark. But yeah, so Surfshark VPN is really awesome. I use it all the time. It has no logs policy, but even if it did have a logs policy, because the government forced them to have one, the servers are RAM-based, so they don't actually save any logs. They can't do that. It would take all sorts of crazy legislation to, ban VPNs. And even the UK government has said, like, we're not looking at banning VPNs right now, because businesses use them. This is how you access your private servers at work, is via a VPN. So if they wanted to ban consumer grade VPNs, they'd have to ban all the VPNs, So it's a load of bullshit, the whole sort of thing. But it's really cheap, our deal. It works out to around $2 a month for over 2 years plan. It's really fast. It's way faster than other VPNs that I've used. It's completely seamless. You can get it on phones. You can get it on your router. You can get it as an extension and just turn it on when you need it. I just turn it on when I need it in Microsoft Edge on my laptop, for example. I use it mostly for WWE while I'm in Germany on Netflix, because it's not available on Netflix in Germany. So I VPN over to the UK, and then I get WWE like that, right? So yeah, really, really cool stuff. Thanks very much to Surfshark, and thanks to you guys as well for checking them out, because it supports us. Router.
Yes.
Yeah, Router, man. People are...
A VPN, a VPN in this digital age seems to be a wise investment.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's even gotten me thinking about signing up for 2 years with Surfshark.
Do it, man.
Because who knows how things are going to progress. But it definitely seems like, and it's a nice deal. It's like basically what you said, $2 a month for 26 months, I think. It's 2 years plus 2 months. Yes. I mean,
yeah, something like that. It's 2 years and 2 months.
Really inexpensive, and I think people, who knows, like more and more, it seems like everyone's probably going to need one eventually.
I think so. I think if you don't use the deal, I think it's like something like £15 a month or $15 a month, something like that. It's a really, really good deal. So
yeah. So if anybody checks it out, links in the description. That helps support us, me and Jez, as well as the Patreon, patreon.com/XB2. I promised to give out the shoutouts, as that's one of the rewards for one of the tiers, so I will do that right now. We have Resin Force, I'm Mike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Holy Dark That, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trickster for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Catriox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, Preby Broking, Asa T. and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Adam Bartolo, Darren Torpy, Briggs Country, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys for your continued support of me and Jez here on the Xbox 2 podcast. It's greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Now, Jez, while we were I was listening to your wonderful ad read for Surfshark.
Right.
I did see that there was a game announcement, which I've been waiting two gens for now.
2 whole gens. Oh yeah, because it's the THQ
Yeah.
partner event, right, or whatever.
Darksiders 4.
Oh,
You know,
by the original
Darksiders.
devs.
So the thing with I love Darksiders 1, right? And the way that game ended, if anybody's played it, you know it was like a major, major tease of what the next Darksiders game would be. And I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but it implied huge things on a grand scale. And this was during the 360 generation. It was like, oh man, like, it got my mind thinking of like the possibilities of, oh, cool, like Darksiders. Like, so then Darksiders 2 comes out. And imagine my disappointment when Darksiders 2 comes out and it's a prequel. And, you know, it features death. So the first game featured war. Second game featured death. I mean, I still like Darksiders 2. It's got some great moments in that game. Some of the music is utterly incredible. But I was disappointed because it was a prequel. You know, it's like, you tease me with this team up. And then the next game I get is a prequel. And then Darksiders 3 comes out. And what do you know? It's another prequel, but it's sort of also in the vein of a Souls-like, Darksiders 3. And it's like, okay, I'm not really interested in that. I think you played a Strife. I don't really care that much. Then they come out with another Darksiders game. And it was a 2-player co-op, top-down, like twin-stick shooter, where you played as War and Fury or whoever the fourth horseman is, I forget. And you know, I thought it was a cool game. I played it, you know, because I do like Darksiders. I just didn't like Strife. I didn't like Darksiders 3 much because of the way it was. But I mean, I liked them all. So I was like, man, when are we ever going to make good on that promise of what happened at the end of Darksiders 1? And looking at the trailer for Darksiders 4, it looked like it's finally happening. And it only took, I don't know, what, 17 years? 16 years?
Has it really been that long?
I mean, we're talking about a game that came out during the 360 gen. I think it was 2009? Because I want to say that Darksiders 2 came out at the tail end of the 360 generation. So I could be wrong. But around then. So it's been a long time. But the trailer basically shows War riding up on his horse and the other 3 behind him. So I'm like, all right, finally, are we actually getting a sequel to Darksiders 1 after all this time? And if we do, that would be wonderful, but also at the same time, been like, man, you really made us wait. And I don't know how I feel about that in a certain you know, way, where it was like, I would have been so hyped if Darksiders 2 was the sequel to Darksiders 1 and not a prequel like they've all been, you know?
It's been an aggressively mishandled franchise, no doubt about it. But, you know, at the same time, it's like, how hyped can you get given the parent company, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
I can't even remember what they're called. Embracer Group, man. Like, Embracer Group is incompetence personified. There's no other way of saying it. I don't think I've played a single game from Embracer Group that I really liked.
Yeah.
So, as much as I want to have optimism for this, because I also love Darksiders 1, I don't know if you agree with this, mate. Agree with me on this rant. But to me, it kind of reminded me of the N64 Zelda games.
Sure. A lot of people have said that, yeah.
So I was kind of like, this is the grown-up Zelda alternative for people who don't have Nintendo stuff. That's the way I felt about it back in the day. But I was like you, like the sequel was like, what is this? And then the threequel was like, what is this? No, seriously, what is this? And then that sort of Diablo-ish kind of game, I was just like, nah.
Well, you know, when you talk about companies like maybe not doing the right thing, or you know, how you mentioned like mishandle the franchise. I did see, and there was a lot of discussion this week about the new job listing for Warner Brothers Montreal's new game, which is another live service attached to a DC property. And it's like, have you not learned your lesson? How many times do you have to have something that doesn't go well to blow up in your face like Suicide Squad? And it's like, you have Harry Potter right there that wasn't a live service that basically saved your... I mean, I don't even know if saving your company is the right wing, because like Warner Brothers is getting split up and then eventually sold off, right? So it didn't really save anything, but I'm sure it helped because the game sold, almost 30 million copies. But their live service games haven't done anything, and it definitely seems like there's a shift at least into like the hardcore gamer online Twitter sphere, YouTube sphere, where people are just done with live service, unless it's Battlefield 6. For some reason, everybody hates live service, but they love Battlefield 6.
A lot of people love Battlefield 6 because Call of Duty shit the bed so much.
Right. It's just funny to see people be, that are just like very much anti multiplayer, anti live service, but are like, oh my god, Battlefield 6, right? Because they already talked about the skins and stuff and that they'll have. Granted, they said they're going to be grounded. How much grounded will they be? We'll talk about that stuff when we get to the Battlefield 6 stuff. But like, Warner Brothers, seriously, what is going on here? Like, people don't want live services from you, and I don't know, maybe there's something within the company where it's like, we're not going to greenlight something unless it has a live service aspect, because we see all the money that all these other games are making that chart every single month, like Fortnite and Warzone and Apex Legends and all these games that people constantly play. And they're like, you know what? All these games cost so much money that you have to have a live service element attached to it. But yeah. I mean, because like Warner Brothers Montreal's last game was, and I know you didn't play it, a lot of people didn't play it, was Gotham Knights, which... Was it really a live service? Not in the way people really think. It was a co-op game, right? It sort of just had... I sort of feel like nobody really wants to play a Batman game when it's not Batman, right? And Batman is dead in that game. So you play as Robin, or you play as, Nightwing, you play as Batgirl, or you can play as... Red Hood. And I played the game and I beat it, and I thought it was good. I enjoyed my time with it, but at no point did I think, man, I could really go for a sequel or want more in this universe. Like, they had the whole co-op stuff. They had like gear with like all the different levels and all those like things that you would expect from an experience to keep on playing and grinding and all those sort of things. And then it didn't do well because, people didn't like it for XYZ reason. And here you are doing another, like, let's take another crack at it. Let's spend another 5 years or however long it's going to take to do this. And okay.
My thought process is with this. Do we know it's Batman?
They haven't said. Well, we know that Rocksteady, from rumors, even like I think Jason Schreier mentioned this when he had his expose about Warner Brothers a couple months ago. Rocksteady's making a Batman game. So whatever Warner Brothers Montreal's making is probably not Batman related. It's probably something else. So, I don't know. Even the thing, like, hearing Rocksteady making a Batman game does like make me excited. But then I remember a lot of the people that made Batman Arkham series, what it was, no longer even at that company. So how much is that game actually going to be the Batman game that I want? Yeah.
I mean, my thought process with this is like, is this them trying to capitalize on the success of Superman? Are they thinking like, oh shit, we had like one slightly
there was a Superman game in development that supposedly was canceled. So I mean, maybe they're like, oh, we should do a Superman game. Maybe we should do a Green Lantern game. I don't know. Did you ever play the Green Lantern game on the 360? It was awful, by the way.
I did not.
It was awful. I think that was the one that was tied to the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie that he always makes fun of every time he talks about. his experience where he met his wife on the set. Yeah, Green Lantern movie, not very good. Hmm. So, anyways, I guess those yeah. It's nice to see, like, at least for Darksiders 4, that they might actually continue on with the story of the first one to wrap that up. But I mean, I guess on game news, Bloomberg wrote an article about the new Bioshock game, and it doesn't sound like that game's coming anytime soon because they said it basically had to be overhauled, right?
Sorry, repeat that last one.
The Bioshock information.
Oh yeah,
from Bloomberg, basically that the story was identified as one area that needed improvement and will be revamped. Take-Two says, right now we have a good game, but we are committed to delivering a great one. This game seems like it's been in development for a long time. And look, Bioshock is a franchise that has a lot of... You delivered... I know there's some sentiment, at least lately, when you look about like the Bioshock games, especially with Bioshock Infinite, where people now are like, Bioshock Infinite was crap. Like, I've seen that sentiment online in places. But the two main Bioshock games by Ken Levine, Bioshock 1 and Bioshock Infinite, are probably two of my favorite games from the 360 gen. And, Bioshock being like probably my favorite, if not one of my favorite games ever. And there's such a high quality bar there. Maybe not so much when it comes to, gameplay, because obviously games have evolved since then, right? Like the gameplay aspect of Bioshock has been improved upon in leaps and bounds over the course of generations. But the one thing that people always talk about with Bioshock is its storytelling and its narrative. Especially between that game and the first one, where I think that's what people want from a Bioshock game, is something that kind of gives them those feelings they had when they played Bioshock 1 for the first time. Like, that's the expectation. And I always wondered, like, okay, Ken Levine's doing Judas, which looks like Bioshock in space. But Take-Two has the IP, and it's a popular franchise. I'm surprised, one, it's taken this long to get another one. Like, because remember, like, Bioshock Infinite came out in 2013, I think? To 2013 or 2012. So it missed the whole Xbox One PS4 generation. And, I mean, we're probably more than halfway through the Xbox Series and PS5 generation at this point. And it's like, are we really going to go 2 generations without a Bioshock game? Another... I guess it's like one of those things where it's like it's like a section of like franchises that have been mishandled, right? Because you would think with how popular Bioshock was at that time frame that they would have done another one, and they didn't. And now it's like, okay, well, they are, but they're having some big problems with it, and they have to revamp it again. And when's it ever going to come out? Is it ever going to live up to the legacy and hype that... I would imagine whenever they do release the first trailer for this game, there's going to be a section of people that are probably going to be really hyped. I mean, I'm someone who's going to be looking forward to it because I love Bioshock. But at the same time, it's like, man, you're gonna have like a lot to live up to, because if it's not something good, then people are just gonna be like, this game is awful.
I think one of the big things with Bioshock is story, like you say. Like, the original, nobody remembers the original for its gameplay, or the gameplay at the time was revolutionary, and it was like obviously took a lot of cues from System Shock, clues in the name. But it was like, at least for me, like, I never played System Shock. I never had a PC. I could run it back in the day. So, or if I did, it was just during the World of Warcraft haze, But for me, Bioshock was like my first experience with that shit, right? and it blew me the fuck away. Like you, it's one of my favorite games of all time. I even like Bioshock 2 a lot as well. Playing as Big Daddy was such a cool thing, and then with the DLC, it made it even better, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't a huge fan of Infinite, but at the very least with Infinite, it still had that gripping story. I wasn't a huge fan of it. Was just the setting for me, I think, with Bioshock Infinite. I didn't like the bright, cloudy setting. I like the dank
Yeah, you like
underwater
the
setting from
Rapture, right? Rapture setting.
Rapture. Iconic.
Yeah,
Rapture.
very,
you can't really
very
beat that.
iconic.
Yeah, you can't beat that. But the story and the characters in Infinite was still really great, you know. So the fact that like this expose from Bloomberg, once again, it specifically highlights story, right? Which to me sounds like that's to pull off like a truly memorable story in 2025 seems increasingly elusive for this industry. You can have like the biggest budget games of all time, um, you, you know, that have like cutting edge graphics and all this kind of stuff, but a lot of them just have forgettable stories and characters. And I kind of clown on Ubisoft a lot for this, but it's true of most big publishers, I think, for whatever reason, you know, where it's like they just don't deliver those kind of stories anymore. And I don't know if it's a case of corporate meddling or not wanting to take risks or, you know, trying not to offend anyone and all that kind of stuff, you know. The sort of gritty, I don't know what I'm getting at here. That's sort of that gritty edge that a lot
Mm-hmm.
of those classic stories had, you know, that made them feel human because and believable rather than these sort of overthought, overpolished kind of things. Like I can't remember anything about Dragon Age, the Valgard storyline at all. I'm sitting here trying to think about it, and I just can't, you know. But
Yeah,
I
it's not
I
memorable. It
remember
doesn't
like
stand out. Yeah, I get it.
no, but like with I suppose Kojima's still doing it. But like even just I felt like the text notes on the items in Elden Ring were more memorable than Dragon Age storyline.
Well, I mean,
You know,
Elden
the
Ring in general
instinct.
is a much, much, much more memorable experience than Dragon Age. I mean, I
Yeah,
still remember how I felt when taking. I remember like
there's something about that
you're
game.
clearing out the upper sections of Elden Ring, right? And you're seeing these incredible things, and it's like, wow, there's this open world, and there's no markers where to go outside of like maybe, you know, the fire, kind of like when you sit down and you get your health back and your stuff, and like you look at the map, it'll kind of point you in a direction to like the
Yeah.
next one, and then like I remember the first time I was like really, really impressed with Elden Ring was I got to like there was this like castle, and you go into the castle, and then like not the first castle where like the first boss is, not that
Oh,
one, the one further on that I think was like the magic school.
oh, Raya Lucaria.
Yeah, where then you go into the castle, and then it's like the castle itself is like its own huge level, and like everything makes sense, like architecturally and like the design of everything, and it's like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. How like I'm riding in this open world. Here's this huge castle that I can go into. I get into it, and then it's got all these layers on the inside, and I'm just like thinking about how that would be to make something like that. I'm like, this is incredible. But then I remember later on getting further in the game and just taking a random elevator in a well down, and it just kept on going down. It kept on going down, and I'm like, man, this is a
Oh yeah,
really long elevator ride. And then
see
you
the
come down, and
stars.
then you see the stars, and then you see
Yeah,
all these buildings down there, and there's like you into this other area,
Starbucks.
and like there's a whole map underneath the map, and how, dude, that blew my. I remember sitting there, I'm like,
Yeah, Bloom.
oh my god, this is insane. There's like, I didn't, you know, it's like I just stumbled here. It wasn't even anything I like was supposed to do. Although I do think you're supposed to go there eventually for the story, as it leads you there. But I just like stumbled upon it, and I went down there, and I'm like, I was just amazed at, you know,
Fantastic.
it was like, oh my god. So like it's not even any of the narrative stuff that sticks with me with Elden Ring. It's those moments of exploration and you know, like marveling at the level design and the game design of that game. You know, that really, even
Yeah.
now, 3 years later, because I haven't played it since, still sticks with me. Like, I still remember how I felt when I saw that underground city for the first time, and it's just like,
Yeah.
you know,
It's the Opera, right?
like
It's
the
the
first
Opera
time,
River.
like with Bioshock, the first, you know, when you play it that first time, and yeah, the gameplay was great for its time, and like using the powers, you know, like, oh, someone's standing in the water, and you use your power on the water, and it like he you know, he gets electrocuted, right? And it's like, okay, it's one of the first few games to really do that. But like, I still remember like the major twist. I still remember how I felt when that happened, and I was even now, and I'm like, God, that game and all those things, and it's
I
like,
think Expedition 33
yeah, I still think about Expedition
came close
33
to
all the
that.
time, and I see people. I think Gaz just played it for the first time, and he loved it. And I'll get recommended on YouTube like people's reactions, which I love to watch, like people's reactions to, you know, how certain acts end or how the game ends itself, just to see like how they felt about it. Like,
But that's ultimately my question, though. It's like, why are these kinds of experiences generally not coming out of the big publishers, and why do the big publishers seem to struggle so much with them?
maybe because the games cost so
Interesting
much
to think
and
about.
you can't really take risks that much anymore. So you're
I suppose,
more.
I suppose to some degree with story, it's probably the most difficult aspect of that kind of game to land, because the story kind of it has to tie in with everything. And I think like with Elden Ring, they kind of Elden Ring obviously has a narrative, but it's delivered in a very environmental kind of way. You sort of learn the narrative through hints you're given in objects, items, cutscenes, that kind of thing. There isn't like a you know, big cutscenes or tons of dialogue or you know, these kind of it's not really showing you or telling you what the story is. It kind of like you're almost like piecing it together like an archaeologist. And I think like that makes it that much more immersive. But obviously it's not for everyone, and it's not for every developer either. But for developers who are trying to tell a more traditional style storyline where it's like cinematic in its delivery with its cutscenes and movie events and stuff like that, tying all that shit together is going to be really, really difficult. And I think in a corporate environment where you've got teams that are siloed, you've got teams that are remote, you've got teams that are over here and over there, but so in some cases all over the world, how can you really tie that together when you're building a big, complicated, huge scope kind of game like an Assassin's Creed? You know, because these Assassin's Creed games, like since since Origins, they've become like truly huge, you know, chasing the Witcher 3 kind of deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, not many devs can pull that off, I think. I think
No.
a lot of writers can write like a great story, but then it takes like something special to take that great story and apply it to a game in a way that paces well, is explained well, is immersive and cinematic and all those kind of things at the same time. And I think that's why like smaller teams like, you know, your Moon Studios or your, you know, your Sandfall Interactive
Which they
and
said they
stuff
are
like
going to
that.
remain small. Even though success with
Yeah, yeah,
Expedition
yeah.
33, they're not going to grow because they're the perfect size
Like,
for the type of games they want to make, is what they said.
like honestly, like Rogue Trader by Owlcat has some of the best dialogue and story delivery I've seen in a recent game, and that is by no means a triple A game. It's janky as hell, you know, but it's like the story delivery is absolutely on point here. I think it takes something special to tie all the elements of a game together like that and really deliver it in an immersive way. And I think as games have gotten more complicated, as studios have gotten bigger and more bloated, and as shareholder-driven, publicly traded companies have become more meddlesome, it's probably just become increasingly difficult to deliver that kind of thing. Part of me sitting here thinking like, you know, with Take-Two Interactive, and maybe they're just sort of like, you know, meddling a bit too much and that kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, it's easy to blame the publisher, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I think that's the hardest part to get right. And Lord Henry in chat says, yeah, Rogue Trader's been carried by years of 40k lore. Sure, but it's the characters that really make Rogue Trader. Like, the character writing is really great, the dialogue and all that kind of stuff. Like, and I realize like the backstory and the lore is obviously from Warhammer, but there's tons of original character writing in there, which is better, hands over fist better than a lot of the character writing and dialogue that I've seen come out of much bigger, much more expensive games. You know, and obviously you've got plenty of outliers like Baldur's Gate 3 obviously being one, a recent example. Great character writing coming out of the team that make the Yakuza games. Obviously there's the Persona games and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I just want a new Bioshock, man. I just want a new Bioshock.
I mean, I've been waiting for it for a long time, so we'll see. We'll see if I think Cloud Chamber's doing it. We'll see if they are up to the task, but I guess it's being they're going back to the drawing board, I guess. But let's talk about games real quickly because gaming podcast, we play games. I know you played a lot. So I'll talk about the games I played. So I think last week I told everybody that I've been playing Ready or Not, which they just announced that it hit 2 million sales on console. So it's like 10 million sales overall. So it's doing really well on console. And I'm not surprised because it's a great time. You can play it single player with like bots that you kind of can order around, or you could play it up to 5 people, which is the way I'm doing it. And man, it's a lot of fun getting on every night with the boys, trying to S-rank everything. And, I explained like last week, basically like, yeah, you need to arrest all the enemies. You need to bag all their guns. You have to save all the hostages and stuff. You can't, and it's totally different because now we're in like the DLC stuff because we S-ranked all the base missions and we're doing the DLC expansions. And the DLC expansions, man, I don't know what it is, but the enemies are more aggressive. The map, like a couple of the maps are a lot bigger, so they run at you more, and like you go into a room, there's like 5 guys, and you could shoot them all and get pepper in their face, so they drop down, and like everybody's like, it's kind of crazy. It's very chaotic when you have like people down on the floor, and the fact that you can die really, really easily, so you're kind of like, your natural inclination is to take things slow. But in those situations where there's like a big room and a whole bunch of guys, you kind of can't take it slow, because any one of these enemies that are down on their knees will suddenly maybe decide to stand up and pick up their weapon and start shooting you again, right? And like,
can you play 2-player?
You can play as many as you want. You can play 2-player, you can play 3-player, you can play 4-player, you can play 5-player. The game scales based on how many people that you have with you. So, but it's I guess like the one drawback, since we're going for S ranks, and this really wouldn't matter unless you were going for it, is when you complete all the main objectives and you arrest all the enemies and you save all the hostages, the game will either end completely or it will give you like a soft end where like people can vote to end it, because you're also supposed to find all the evidence, and all the evidence being like, oh, did you find the briefcase with money? Did you find this or that? Sort of like, oh, did you find the dead body here that you're supposed to report? And if you're supposed to find all those things, and you're supposed to bag all the weapons. So there have been plenty of times, especially in this last one, like our last level we need to do for S rank, we finally beat it after like 6 tries, where you get so far and then somebody dies because your health doesn't regen and you can die very quickly, so you keep on replaying it. Enemies are kind of, in different places. We finally beat it, and we're like, yeah, I got the S rank, right? We got all the people, we saved all the hostages, and then it didn't end. It gave us the soft end where we could vote to end it, but you have to find all the evidence to get the S ranks. So we were like, shit. And this isn't the first time that's happened. We go then search for the map, and we find a weapon on the ground that we missed. And okay, we grab it, and the level ends, right? Mm-hmm. And we were just, okay, we need to search. So we searched for like 10 minutes, and we couldn't find a weapon. We found this extra cache that we could close and kind of like, report. And it didn't end the thing. So now and then, so like at the end, it tells you everything that you did and what you missed for S rank, and it said we missed 3 things, and we were just so devastated. We were like, "This is how we didn't miss three things." Because the other thing the game does have is the game can be a little janky at times, and the game also can be a little glitchy. Weapons may not drop, or they may drop and they may fall through the map. Which obviously, enemies, if they're close to something, like they may get stuck on the wall and you can't arrest them or whatever. So it does have those AA sensibilities, those glitches, and those glitches happen. I'm not saying they happen often, but they happen often enough, especially where we're trying to find everything. Where maybe if you're just going to beat the level, lethally, and you could just move on. And not have to worry, oh, we missed one gun, who cares? We're not really doing this. But we're trying to do it for rank. So it's like some of those glitches does. So now we still have, now we have to play this level again. But, there's no guarantee that the next time we do beat the level, all the weapons are going to be there that we need to find. So, but I am having a blast. I have like 25 hours in it. Basically S-ranked every level in the game. And now we're going to go through the game on hard. But we're going to go through it lethally, so we don't have to worry about arresting people. We can just kill them if they put up a struggle, because, man, sometimes it can get pretty hectic when you're arresting people. But so if you got friends to play it with, I definitely recommend it. I think it's like $50. It's, if you're a fan of Terrorist Hunt and Rainbow Six Siege, or if you're just a fan of, like, kind of co-op games. I mean, I think I mentioned last week how sometimes, man, this game gives off the feels of a horror game. Like where you're in dark spots and people can just jump out of anywhere and you can just die instantly. There's definitely some levels that give you off like a really good horror vibe. But the other game I started, and I don't have a lot of time in it because it only came out yesterday, so I think I played it for 2 hours, is the game that is currently being shown here off on screen, and that is Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, which I believe you played as well, right, Jez?
Yeah. Ninja Gaiden
Ragebound, and I like this game, man. I like this game quite a bit. I know people probably laugh at some of the early adventures, like when they did the tutorial here, where I was struggling at certain parts, but it's like getting used to the controls and what the game wants of you. But it's got the really cool retro look. But the gameplay is just, man, it just works. It just feels good. The game straddles that line of being difficult, but not too difficult, right? Because the game, puts checkpoints, and the game's not a Metroidvania, right? It's very linear. So as you go, you'll get checkpoints that give your health back. So you may take a lot of hits as you go through the levels, right? But if you progress far enough, you get your health back, and that's where you would start when you die. And they just like, okay, we'll start you off with these enemies, and each level kind of adds new enemies, and the boss fights are kind of like, big spectacles. But even the boss fights, like you die a couple times to them, you figure out their patterns and where you should stand, when you should jump. When you need to dodge, because you can jump in the game. The game doesn't really have a double jump, but you have a jump where when you press A for a second time, you kind of spin around to attack. But then that attack
like
can
Sonic's bubble shield.
Yeah,
that's what it reminds me of.
But then it'll if you use that against enemies or objects, it like keeps you in the air. So it's like really cool because you can like chain across areas.
You can juggle yourself.
You can juggle yourself across. It's got a dodge that has iframes, so if enemy comes at you, you can like dodge through them with right bumper. You got your attack on X. There's certain enemies that give out essence, where you basically will kill one and then your next attack will be super strong. And they always put like, you'll come to these enemies that are bigger than the others and take more hits. Because usually most of the enemies are one-hit kills. And they'll always put like this an enemy there that basically allows you to one-hit kill another enemy. So those are always like that. And then there's actually 2 characters you play as. And they both play a little bit differently. Kenji has a sword, and you're seeing here I'm playing as the Spider Clan woman, and she basically like is throwing projectiles as her thing. But yeah, I'm only a couple hours in, but I am really impressed with the game. I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's got that mixture of just hard enough where there's just enough challenge, and the controls are spot on, the platforming and all those sort of things. Like it's, we'll see how the game progresses. I mean, I don't expect much from the story. This isn't the type of game where you're like, oh, what's the story of Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, right? Because it's just told to you and whatever. But I like the look of the game, and I like how the game controls, and I like the challenge aspect of it so far. I think it's a lot of fun. What about
and
you?
It's by the devs of the Game Kitchen, which they made.
Well, no, they published it. Well, no, you're right. They did publish it, or no, they did develop it, and .emu is publishing it, right? So
Yeah. Emu's publishing it, and the Blasphemous devs made it. So
yes,
they're a fantastic dev.
Well, I was gonna say, since playing this, it actually makes me kind of want to play Blasphemous now, or at least check it out.
Oh man, Blasphemous!
Because like
is
this game controls really well, and it feels great to play. And I was just like, oh well, maybe I should play How would you compare this game to Blasphemous?
Very, very different. Blasphemous takes cues from Metrovania and Souls-likes.
Okay.
So, you die, you lose something, you have to go back and get it. It's not quite as brutal, I would say, as, I don't know, a Wu Chang. But I find it's kind of like a mini Dark Souls, I suppose. So it's not quite as difficult or complicated as those games, but it does have those kind of elements of like, unlocking shortcuts, and bonfires and that kind of thing, right? But it's wrapped in this. The thing that really makes it special, Blasphemous, it's art, man. It's this gothic pixel art, religious iconography, Opus Dei, Inquisition era Catholicism. It's a dark game, dark as hell. Like Blasphemous is like absolutely the right way to call the game, really. Very, very cool game, very slick, but it's just like that. It's very, very precise platforming, all that kind of stuff. It never felt unfair to me, when I was playing it. Very good game.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on Ninja Gaiden Ragebound?
So yeah, I'm Ragebound. Kind of feel the same with you. I haven't played it that much yet. I think I'm on level 5 or something like that, level 6. I really, really enjoy what I played of it so far. It's different from what I was expecting. Because I played Blasphemous, I was expecting something a bit more like a Metrovania, a little bit. But with sort of maybe ninja-y kind of combat.
Yeah, these are stages that are linear, right? Each like stage you go through.
Yeah, it's very, very linear. It reminds me of those classic Mega Drive kind of side-scrolling beat-em-ups, which is very much what it's riffing on, right? Like games like Shinobi, which is also Shinobi's getting its own sort of retro.
Shinobi looks incredible. I mean,
yeah, it does.
I have a dilemma to make. This like, do I play Shinobi or do I play Metal Gear Solid Delta? Because Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of my favorite games ever, and like I cannot wait to play that game again. But also Shinobi looks incredible. So, what are you doing to me, games? Give me some, give me some space in between this stuff. I need to play them all.
Yeah, I mean, just to shout out someone here. Give me a sec. Where's it gone now? Ah, man, I've lost it now. Shit. Oh yeah, there it is. So Akami13 on Twitter, who's posts a lot of gaming news and stuff like that. He just posted this list, which I thought was interesting. August is looking stacked with new games releases. We've got Mafia: The Old Country,
which I want to play. I definitely am interested in Mafia. Which I have seen a lot of people talk about how it doesn't like that when they post the gameplay, people are like, oh, I don't know about this. And then I think I saw you mention like, well, maybe it's for the narrative bros who want a good like gangster, mafia style story or something, right?
That's what the Mafia 1 remake was kind of like. At least that's how I felt when I was playing it.
But I'm very interested in Mafia.
I never played the original Mafia until the remake came out. So like I was kind of like I didn't know what to expect, but I really enjoyed the Mafia 1 remake. So
I like Mafia 1 and 2 quite a bit. I haven't played Mafia 3. but I would have seen a Mafia Old Country and be like, okay, I definitely want to play this. That comes out next week.
Yeah, that comes out on the 5th. I really liked LA Noire, so if it's anything like that, obviously it won't have investigations, will it? But if it's anything like that, I'll enjoy it.
So what else is coming out? I'll tell you what I'm interested in. What else we got?
Oh, Gears of War Reloaded on the 26th.
Don't care about that. Don't have no interest in playing it.
We've got Metal Gear Solid Delta on the 28th.
Yep, absolutely.
Quite interested in that. Shinobi Art of Vengeance on the 28th.
Absolutely, yes.
Lost Soul Aside. I don't know what that is.
That's a Chinese game that PlayStation is publishing. I think it's like hack and slash, like Devil May Cry ish.
Okay.
It seems cool. I might check that. I don't know. I probably won't check it out day one because I'm more interested in Shinobi and Metal Gear. But maybe at some point I'll play Lost Aside. That game's also coming to PC day one, by the way, Jez.
Cool. There's also Demon Slayer game. I know you're not interested in that. Senua Saga Hellblade 2 PS5 version. You're not interested in that. Echoes of the End. I don't know what that is. Sword of the Sea.
I am interested in that. No, Sword of the Sea is a new game from the devs of Journey, Abzu, and The Pathless.
Right.
I really liked all three of those games. I believe that game is on PlayStation only, so that actually most likely will get me to turn my PlayStation this month because I really like those games those guys make. So I'm definitely interested in that.
There's also Delta Force console version. No,
Delta Force. I don't really care.
Myth Wukong Xbox version.
I mean, I want to play that finally coming to Xbox. So
Helldivers 2 on Xbox.
Yeah,
on the 26th.
Helldivers 2. I mean, I haven't played it. We'll see. You're
gonna play that with your bros?
I mean, my thing is, my bros all played it when it came out on PlayStation.
Oh, so they're over it.
Well, my buddy Gopher mentioned to me last night that he actually wants to play it if I was going to play it because he hasn't played it in a while. So I was like, all right, well, I'll get it and we'll see. But he's also very much like, I still need to beat Death Stranding 2 and I still need to play Donkey Kong and I still need to play all these other games and I'm like, okay, well, there's a lot of games that are out now, right? But also there was Wayfinder was just announced for Xbox in the middle of August, which was a game that was on PlayStation and PC that is a puzzle game that I know my buddy Maka really liked. So that's finally coming to Xbox and Switch, and I kind of want to play that one too. So that comes out in August. So August seems to be pretty packed with stuff. A lot of good variety of things to play. And then I think we even got the release date for Chronos: The New Dawn, sci-fi horror Dead Space game from Bloober. And honestly, bro, Bloober changing up their whole rep real quick, right? People were always like, oh, Bloober, with their Layers of Fear and the Medium and stuff, and it was like, well, and then they got announced for the Silent Hill 2 remake, and people like me and Jez were like, yeah, right, Bloober? You picked Bloober of all people? Come on. And hey, we ate our words. Love it. Love it that we ate our words because there's nothing more than I wanted than a really great remake of Silent Hill 2. Now they're making Silent Hill 1 remake, which apparently, I don't know if you saw, they've worked on it for like 2 or 3 years already or something. There was some weird report like that or something like that, but so now they're doing a Silent 1 remake.
Sneaky.
But in the meantime, they have this brand new horror game called Chronos: The New Dawn that comes out September 5th. And it really does look like hey, you want your Dead Space horror game? We got one. EA may not be making Dead Space anymore, but we got you covered. And it's like, did Bloober team just level up? Are they now like a dev to be, or we got to keep our eye on them now? Like if they nail Chronos: The New Dawn and they just have 2 back-to-back bangers, not to mention then Silent Hill 1, which I now think, like, because of what they did with Silent Hill 2, that they're going to do that game justice. Wow, man. Like, talk about a glow-up for a developer.
Yeah, glow-up. I mean, fair play to Konami as well because Silent Hill F previews came out. Silent Hill F, which also is Xbox Play Anywhere, surprisingly.
Yeah, a lot of the Japanese studios seem to be supporting Play Anywhere because they did have a Nintendo Direct yesterday, which I didn't watch because I don't really care about Nintendo stuff. But I did notice that most people thought it was mid. But one of the games they did announce was Octopath Traveler 0, right?
Yeah, prequel kind of thing, is it?
But also I think it's Xbox Play Anywhere, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, all the Octopath Traveler games are Play Anywhere, I think.
And there was another like kind of game from Square Enix. It's got a weird title. I can't remember off the top of my head. But that game's also
something Elliot.
Yeah, that game's coming to Xbox. And I'm like, man, a lot of these games, if this was a gen ago or if this was even earlier, like those games have all hell, Monster Hunter Stories 3 is coming to Xbox, Jez. What happened there?
Yeah, I was shocked about that.
I mean,
yeah, it's still annoying. The first two ain't though.
I know, but at least the new one is.
They're not those kind of games. Yeah, I'm glad the new one is, sure, but it's so annoying that I suppose part of it is something to do like because there's porting involved there. Because Monster Hunter Stories 1 was never on an Xbox system, so that would have to do some kind of port job, which that clearly don't think it's worth it. And to be fair, maybe it isn't, you know. But if I'm a Microsoft, I'm like, just give them the bag, man. Put that shit on cloud. It's a turn-based game. It's perfect for cloud. So why not give them the Game Pass bag for that shit? Kind of annoys me, but it is what it is, man. So at least we're getting the third one, right?
So this is like a brand new one. This is hasn't been out yet like the previous two or something.
Yeah, it's brand new game, and typically they're sort of like Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2 are not really. They're not really sequitur. They're not like sequelized, you know, as in like you don't need to play them to know what's going on in 3, but they do kind of, because I don't know if you know this, but Monster Hunter is kind of a post-apocalyptic game.
No, I did see something where Capcom's earnings tanked after their financial report, or whatever. Like their stock really dropped, and Monster Hunter Wilds isn't really doing well. And what was that game they released last year? That
Dragon's Dogma.
Dragon's Dogma 2 basically had no legs on it. So yeah, I don't know. I saw that stuff, and because I know how much you love Monster Hunter, and it's like, Wild super kind of disappointed you.
Actually, yeah, I feel vindicated because my review of Monster Hunter Wilds earned me some hate mail.
Mm-hmm.
I think I gave it 7 out of 10, and I had to review it because my original reviewer was so depressed by the game that he didn't want to review it anymore. So I was like, shit, well, okay, I'll do it then. So I reviewed the game, put a ton of hours into it, and yeah, I haven't been that disappointed by a game in a long time. Because it, like you say, it has no legs. They simplified everything. It's almost like whoever made this had no idea what Monster Hunter was popular for in the first place, which is the challenge, right? If you've got no challenge, then you don't need to get any gear. You don't need to grind, which was the whole point. The satisfying point of learning a monster, learning what stuff you needed to beat it, getting the gear set to beat it, and then fighting it, and then winning. But there's none of that in Monster Hunter. You can breeze through the whole game with blindfold on. It's one of the easiest games I've ever played in recent memory. So, yeah, super disappointing. And it's clearly been reflected in their financial results. I really hope they don't just take it as like, oh, it's challenging market conditions. Because the issue with Monster Hunter Wilds, it's not just like the fact that it's got performance issues on PC. The game is broken. They fucked up the entire game by making it too easy. If you don't need to grind, then the whole game falls apart. You don't need to learn the monsters. The whole game falls apart, you know? And they are, in response, they've brought ahead the, they're adding like a new difficulty layer to the game, which they typically do like further in the cycle. I think it's called Master Rank, if I remember correctly. It was called High Rank originally in Monster Hunter Worlds, and then they brought Master Rank out later on. But I think they're going straight to Master Rank early now because it's like, yeah, we actually need to make the game good and give it some content. But I was also surprised about Dragon's Dogma because I thought they were going to Ubisoft that game. I thought they were going to like, okay, here's the DLC, here's the expansion, you know, keep the game going on and on. Here's new bosses, here's new area. I really thought it was going to become like this evolving kind of game, and it just turned out to be nothing. You finish the game, and then that's it. Whereas like the original Dragon's Dogma, it's like they brought out the Dark Arisen expansion, and there was like all this extra stuff to do, and I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, Master Mirror in chat. So why did Monster Hunter Wilds get all these glowing reviews? I think honestly, part of me just thinks like a lot of it was from people who either weren't that familiar with Monster Hunter, or it was maybe a first Monster Hunter experience for them to some degree, or maybe they appreciate the fact that it was easier. I don't know, or maybe they just gave Capcom the benefit of doubt and were like, well, in Monster Hunter Wilds and stuff like that, they did start adding new content very quickly, but the content updates have been anemic for this game so far. Really, really slow. Really disappointing. So, I don't know, man. It's reflected in their financials, and maybe Capcom will book their ideas up, but I think one of the big issues with Monster Hunter Wilds around was that the RE engine just wasn't ready for a game on that scale.
Okay.
I think it's just I think like because RE engine is designed for Resident Evil, like the clue's in the name, right? For open world game with live service attached, maybe it's just not the right engine for that shit. Because Monster Hunter World was developed on a completely different engine. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it just one of those things that I saw people were talking about, or at least happened with like, because we were talking about Capcom being like one of the best publishers out there, but now it's like, hey, their stock price is taking a downswing because of certain things. But
it hurt the prestige of the game, the franchise. I think, like when Monster Hunter Wilds dropped off, I even lost interest in, because I was campaigning for Monster Hunter Stories, right? I even lost interest in getting that on Xbox. It's like, well, they've fucked the whole franchise now, so who cares?
Let me get a few of these super chats. We got Grandman, who says, I don't trust Jez after he lied about Scalebound. I mean,
what did I say about Scalebound?
I mean, we should never trust Jez.
Yeah.
Unless he says bad news about Xbox, I don't trust him.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't trust that. I only trust him when it's suitable for my agenda. I don't know. Did you say anything about Scalebound? I think that's one of those special Nick. One of those special Nick fastballs, right?
I have no idea.
We have Baldy McNosehair, who says, "Are you guys going to talk about the Nintendo Direct?" Man. No, not. I mean, we did briefly just mention it, but neither me or Jez watched the Nintendo Direct stuff, so we don't really care. I did see people weren't happy with it, or thought it was odd, or thought it was meh, or what have you. So, I mean, I did see like, hey, there's a new Octopath Traveler and it's coming to Xbox, which is cool. But it wasn't. I guess what people wanted was a first party direct, because they want to know more of like, when's Metroid Prime 4 coming, or what are the fall games from you. Now that people are kind of done with Donkey Kong, which
I saw a lot of people like, where's Xbox's support of the Switch?
Yeah, that was the next super chat we have here from Grandman, who says, where was Xbox at the Nintendo Direct?
It's not I think, like, first of all, from what I heard, Microsoft didn't get any dev kits, so there's that aspect of it. But I also don't think Nintendo Switch is a huge priority for anything for Xbox outside of their obligations, because obviously Microsoft is obliged.
Yeah, but no, I mean, like, Phil's talked about that, saying like they want to support the Switch too.
Sure, but I think but you have to remember, this is not a very powerful system. I know it's like this, the Switch 2 number 2, but it's not very powerful. It's nowhere near as powerful as an Xbox Series S, and it's barely as powerful as a Steam Deck. So it's like, people expecting to get like the whole slate of Xbox games on there. These are games designed for high-end systems, not handheld low-end systems, which the Switch 2 is definitively a low-end system. So
yeah, but I mean, a lot
how much can you really realistically expect here?
Well, I mean, Sea of Thieves is a PS4 or Xbox One game that could easily run on the Switch too.
Could it? Can it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Why
don't think
wouldn't it be
so.
able? Why couldn't it
I
be
don't
able
think so.
to?
Dude, this is an Unreal Engine game with
Uh-huh.
super high def water physics.
Okay.
I don't think you get that running on the Switch without significant reworks and significant effort
Okay.
put into
What
optimizing
about
that shit.
Forza Horizon? It's a PS4 and Xbox One. It's a Xbox One
That too,
game.
man.
You know.
That too, bro. That too, bro.
I mean, I'm just saying. People, Phil himself talked about the Switch 2 and wanting to support it and stuff. I
Yeah,
mean,
maybe with some of the 2D games they put out.
2D games.
Bro, it's not that powerful, man.
All right. Well,
Come on.
So what games would you expect? Outside of let's say the ones that have come to PlayStation so far, right? Like we have Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment, which already came to the Switch, Grounded.
You get Pentiment. Oh no, it's already there.
Already there. Grounded's already there, so I'm gonna imagine you get Grounded 2 when it comes out of early access. Sea of Thieves, which I feel like is a no-brainer for the Switch if you can get it to work.
I mean, Sea of Thieves will work on the Switch, but I'm just saying it's not something it's not something that's going to happen instantly. It's going to be work.
Okay,
and if Microsoft didn't get dev kits, then it's going to take a while, I think.
Okay, Age of Mythology game, Age of Empires 2. I mean, both those came to PlayStation. I don't see why they wouldn't also come to the Switch.
I bet they didn't do any numbers on PlayStation.
I mean, sure, but you're talking about games that could come. There's Doom and Indiana Jones.
I think Doom will come.
I mean, the previous 2 games were there. But I mean, you talk about graphically, I mean, they did some great work on the Doom games and Indiana Jones.
It's a bit different when it's on online persistent world, because you have to remember another thing with the Switch is like it doesn't have the best online features either. So there's a lot of port work that has to be done to make games viable on the Switch. And if Microsoft hasn't got dev kits, it's not an overnight thing, That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Halo, Gears Reloaded. I don't see why Gears Reloaded couldn't run on it, but then again, dev kit situation, right? Where maybe they didn't have a dev kit in time enough to do it. So, we'll have to see when.
I think as well, if there are games that will run on the Switch 2, but not the Switch 1, that also presents a challenge potentially because it's like, how big is the install base? So I know they've sold millions and millions of units,
6
but
million.
a lot of it's like what? Yeah, 6 million. But it's like what makes sense? Ace approved in chat says Psychonauts 2, and it's like but
Psychonauts 2's on the Switch 1, so right?
Oh well, it's already there.
Well, maybe it's not. Maybe Psychonauts 2 is only PS4. Maybe it didn't come to the Switch.
Oh well, if I don't know. I don't really follow Switch.
I know. I guess people. I
was
think
called a Switch hater on. I was called a Switch hater on Twitter the other day.
I'm not surprised the way you talk about it. I'm not. Some Nintendo fan watching this segment right now is going to clip you and be like, "Jez really hates Nintendo and the Switch. Look what he's saying. It can't run games." Or whatever.
I'm just saying they didn't have dev kits, and you want to expect them to commit to all this shit.
Well, here's the thing. I think the expectations were because Christopher Dring, right before the Direct, said there was going to be Xbox games announced for Switch and PlayStation. Which
so he said there was going to be stuff there?
Well, no, he didn't say at the Direct. I'm just saying he said it a couple days beforehand, Xbox games more Xbox games are going to be announced for PS5 and Switch, a few days before the Nintendo Direct. I even think Tom Warren even sort of mentioned Xbox games potentially being at I could be wrong on that, but I think somebody told me that he mentioned Xbox games that are being announced for more platforms or whatever. And so I think people had in their mind, based on what Christopher Drink said, that he just said this, and what do you know? It's a partner Direct, perfect time for Xbox to show up, and then they didn't. And now it's like, when is it going to happen? And it's like, they don't necessarily need to be in the Direct. Microsoft has made all their PlayStation announcements just on Twitter. They could just easily just be like, hey, Sea of Thieves is coming this day for the Nintendo Switch or whatever. But you would think, like, well, with the Nintendo Direct Partners Showcase, you'd want your game there anyways. I think, and I think I mentioned before, like, I think the Xbox game that's going to be announced for PlayStation, soon or this year, I think is the Flight Sim game, Flight Sim 2024. I think that game's going to switch over. And we talked about last week, Starfield, probably not going to be at Gamescom, not coming to PlayStation this year. That'll be spring next year alongside the DLC and the updates. And what do you know? That was sort of confirmed today by MP First that Starfield's going to be announced for PS5. Well, they don't know when it's going to be announced, but they know it's not going to be announced at Gamescom. And that it is going to be launched in the spring with the new updates and DLC. It's almost like word for word what I said. So it's like, I don't know. Take that for
what's strange.
Yeah. My those predictions I sometimes have, So yeah, so we'll see when Xbox announces the stuff. Maybe they just got dev kits and they're working on it. And I mean, you would think you would want something to be there this fall. Whether it's Sea of Thieves or whether it's I don't even know what else you could even get out in that time, like a Doom or something, but they probably don't have dev kits for that game either. But you think you'd want something for fall. Maybe, maybe they can't, and maybe it'll be, next year or what have you. What other suggestions?
They could have a Loco Cycle. Remember that?
Cycle, yeah. We got Frosty, cool, who says, should studios listen to fans on what a game should look or play like, or stick to their original vision even if it deviates from fan expectations?
That's a deep, age-old question. It's an age-old debate, I think sometimes there is something to be said about listening to fans, right?
Sure.
I think right now, Call of Duty, for example, is experiencing a social media backlash towards their stupid cartoon skins, right?
But I just wonder how actually big that backlash is.
No, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Like, the social media backlash is a bubble because you've got Satya Nadella out here saying Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is the best COD ever for
50
money
million players, right?
50 million players. So it's kind of like, well, clearly there's plenty of people fine with the bullshit skins, but it is kind of telling that there's so many viral tweets popping off right now, specifically decrying Call of Duty's Fortnite-ification, should we call it, and also highlighting the fact that the Battlefield devs were like, we want our skins to stay grounded, right? So, but you also need to. You can also look at other things like Halo, for example. And I think it depends heavily on the game, because I think Halo and Call of Duty are maybe bad examples because they're examples and franchises where the audience has split in two based on generation. So I think like younger Halo players maybe want something else compared to older Halo players, and I think younger Call of Duty players, they clearly like the skins because they're like Fortnite, whereas older older Call of Duty players are like, I wish this was like Call of Duty 4 again forever. I just want to play Modern Warfare forever. So I think it's tough to figure out which kind of fan base you have to lean into. I mean, it's easy to just think like in the short term, you can just think of it like, well, where are we making the money? The kids are buying the skins, so that's all that matters, right? But are you maybe doing generational harm to your franchise with this? It's really hard to say. It's a really tough question. I think sometimes listening to the fans is potentially detrimental.
Yeah, but even you can make the counter argument of like, maybe they are listening to fans because they're listening to the silent majority that's actually spending money and telling them that they want these skins. So what fans are the most important ones? The ones that are complaining on Twitter, or the ones that are spending their money in their store who clearly like the skins, right?
Exactly.
Which one's more important, and which one's an actual larger majority of it, right? I don't know. I guess it depends.
There isn't a firm answer in essence, because it really depends on the game. It depends on the situation. it depends on the issue that the fans are calling for. There's definitely some examples where, you know, developers stuck to their vision and their beliefs and they reap the rewards from it. But there's also, I think there's Frostpunk 2, honestly, is a good example. Like Frostpunk 2, which I played recently, is very much like the developer's vision of like doing something new and not being like Frostpunk 1. It's pretty much nothing like Frostpunk 1 in all but setting. It's a very, very different game. And the backlash to it has been pretty strong, but it's what the devs really wanted to make. You know, I remember the first time I played Frostpunk, I think I played it at Gamescom myself, like a few years ago. And I was like, man, this is very, very different. You know, very, very different. I was kind of nervous about it even back then, but lo and behold, I wasn't alone in that assessment. And, you know, the reviews for Frostpunk 2 kind of speak for themselves, right? Also, you're seeing it in Monster Hunter Wilds now, play out in real time, where they were like, they ignored what made Monster Hunter popular in the first place and tried to cater to a wider audience by making it easy as hell. And now look at the sales. The sales are tanking because everyone's burned through all the content and now there's nothing to do. You know, I remember when Monster Hunter World come out, and that was my first Monster Hunter. And I've got like OG Monster Hunter fans, and they felt that way about Monster Hunter World, saying Monster Hunter World was too easy and too convenient and too dumbed down and all that kind of stuff. So, like, you know, Capcom was probably like, well, we dumbed down Monster Hunter World and it worked for us. So let's dumb it down even more and maybe it'll work even more. But, you know, it is what it is. I suppose listening to fan feedback is just not a science, is it? It's a bit of an art form.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Yep. We have Mr. Sauce Made Dragon who says Battlefield 6 is looking like it might walk straight up to Black Ops 7 and punch it right in the mouth and demand it peas sitting down from now on. What do you two think? Yeah, I guess you know it's a good segue to talk about Battlefield 6 right now, right?
Yeah.
Clearly.
I want to believe that. I really want to believe that because, like I said earlier, there is a huge social media backlash about the things I was bitching about earlier: the skins, the bullshit, the Fortnitification of Call of Duty, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I've seen people say like it almost seems like you want Call of Duty to fail. That you're rooting for the failure of Call of Duty and for more people to get laid off after you.
That's bullshit.
I mean, I've seen people say that. I'm just saying.
Well, they can, but like, it's not just me saying it, man. And there's huge content creators with millions of followers that are saying pretty much the same shit with like fewer caveats than me. I just want Call of Duty to have some serious competition.
So you think? So you think you're going at it like?
I felt this way about Battlefield years ago. I felt it with Battlefield Bad Company, you know, 2 and like Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 and Battlefield 1. I was like, I want Call of Duty to have actual competition again. Because when there's no competition, there's absolutely no incentive to make the game better, you know. Now that's not to say Call of Duty's been terrible or bad or anything like that. It hasn't, but they've certainly had their notorious dips, right? Where the game has fallen off and has given people pause and all that kind of stuff, you know. So the rooting for Battlefield is not about making Call of Duty fail. I think that's, first of all, that'd be just dumb as hell. Because Call of Duty is not going to fail. It's a ritual, like described as a ritual in the past. There's nothing that can make Call of Duty fail. And like, you know, Joaquin in chat says, they're very different games as well. Battlefield it does have a close quarters combat mode. And it's had close quarters combat, I think, since one of the Battlefield Bad Company 2 updates added that, or expansions or whatever, added close quarters combat. But it still does not play like Call of Duty. It's a very squad-oriented game. It's a very sort of tactical kind of game where you have to sort of be a lot more careful with how you approach things, I think, to some degree. Whereas COD's a lot more fast-paced, I would argue. Especially when you start knocking off kill streaks and shit like that, right? Obviously, Battlefield doesn't really have kill streaks or anything like that. It's sort of, you know, more old school in that sense. But at the same time, you've kind of got this backlash going on where people have seen all these ridiculous skins, but a lot of the backlash is probably from people like me who have just bounced off Call of Duty anyway and aren't even playing Call of Duty. I've certainly seen plenty of people say they like the skins and they like the way it is, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I just want an alternative. And the problem is that Battlefield 2042 was not good. You know, it was not good. And EA has also just generally been a disappointing publisher in recent years. You know, whether it's Titanfall, Apex dropping off, or Dragon Age, or whatever. It feels like EA has just become fantastically adept at disappointing people. So there's also that aspect of it, like rooting for Battlefield's success, because EA is just not really someone you can expect to deliver something good these days, for better or worse. So yeah, there's that aspect of it, very strong aspect of it, and just wanting to see more competition in the industry, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if Call of Duty is its own zone, Fortnite's in its own zone, right? And here you have Battlefield, which, you know, they released a multiplayer trailer yesterday. They released a single player trailer last week. The bunch of content creators were streaming the game, whatever. So, like, the trailer for the multiplayer looks phenomenal, right?
It looked
and,
amazing. Yeah.
You know, seeing the clips from people playing it, it's like, man, this looks really good. EA's talking a big game about it. Vincent Pella says it's a spiritual successor to Battlefield 3 and 4, which, you know, makes me happy because I like Battlefield 3 and 4, though my favorite Battlefields were Bad Company 1 and 2. That's the ones I put the most time in. But hey, you know, if we want to do, like, if this is supposed to be the real Battlefield 5, that's great. EA's talking about how basically they're all in on this game. You know, as like an entire company, right? They want to make it like a platform. It has all those modes Jez talked about. It's going to have Battle Royale. They have this Battlefield Portal, which is kind of
which
like
looks amazing.
Forge for Halo, thinking along those lines of community-created maps and modes and stuff, right?
But the cool thing about that is that it's like it uses the Godot engine, so it's like it's standardized modding tools for the game that like loads of people already know how to use. It's not like Forge where you've got to learn something.
Well,
new.
I'm just saying, I was just drawing a parallel between them.
Yeah, sure. It's gonna be a huge deal. Like obviously, Call of Duty has nothing like it.
EA made sure to say that also that they have the game's not going to be $80, and they don't have any current plans for any of their games to be $80. Which
I don't think that could get away with, to be honest.
Well, after Microsoft,
imagine the Valguard at $80.
Sure, but well, one, you need Battlefield to be a success, right? So you want it to give it as much positive news as you can, and pricing at $80, we've seen the backlash, right? Against Nintendo and Mario Kart World, against Xbox and Outer Worlds 2, where it just was like, Outer Worlds 2, this doesn't make any sense. And last week, Microsoft reversed course and said they weren't gonna be $80 anymore. And you can assume that also Call of Duty is also going to be still the same $70. So, you know, Battlefield's not going to do it. And we talked extensively about what that could mean for the future and all those sort of things, but it does seem like there is this, with Battlefield, that there's this desire for it to supplant Call of Duty. And I think that's good from a competition aspect of, if Battlefield's great and takes people away from COD,
in the industry,
then Activision and the COD studios are going to have to innovate and try to get those people back, because they've just kind of been on top for so long that they've been
cruising, man.
Yeah, so if you actually had Battlefield 6 come out and do extremely well and take sales and take players and take microtransaction money away from Call of Duty, well, then it's like, well, they're going to have to step up their game, and then you'll get a better Call of Duty product in the future, which is something that, you know, I think most people want, right? Like, it's like they want, like, I think at least the sense I get is that they want Battlefield to come out and be this huge success and to make all this money to take away from COD, and then show COD that you don't need to have Beavis and Butthead skins in the game, and that you can have maybe more player friendly things like Call of Duty's doing or like Battlefield's doing or whatever. And I mean, personally, I don't like Call of Duty multiplayer. I don't play, but I am interested in playing I've said before, I've always been a Battlefield guy. I'm a Call of Duty campaign guy. The Call of Duty campaigns are like night and day compared to the Battlefield campaigns. The Battlefield campaigns have always been bad, or at least mediocre. Call of Duty campaigns, I mean, we talked about things that you remember from Elden Ring or from Bioshock. Remember like playing through Modern Warfare and the ghillie suit mission for the first time, or some of those Call of Duty Infinite Warfare campaign levels in like the sci-fi future. There's some levels I still remember how I felt when I played them for the first time, because that's how cool they were and how much like Call of Duty basically influenced like a whole generation. But I don't care about the multiplayer, but I do care about Battlefield's multiplayer. And if that can like really hit a home run where everybody's happy with it, and Battlefield, it brings Battlefield back to the forefront, and then not only that, but maybe gets my friend group to be like, hey, let's play the Battle Royale mode, or let's play, because we all did play 2142, but we all bounced off it after a few hours because like no. But if that game comes back and the multiplayer is as good as it looks, and that could be the game, and there's nothing better than playing. I mean, single player games are great. I love them, but also there's nothing like getting together with the boys and playing some multiplayer for an extended period of time. They're both amazing things, and I'm not saying one's better than the other, but I would love to have both things back, and I'm kind of getting a taste of it with Ready or Not, where it's like, yeah, this reminds me a little bit of the PUBG days where I put 900 hours into PUBG over like 2 years, where we would get on and play from like 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. and just, it was so much fun, and we haven't had that since then. So I look at it as like Battlefield is like maybe the last hurrah, like, is this the last thing that could get everybody playing again? But and also like let's imagine hypothetically that they nail it and it's this huge success, even though like EA wants 100 million players, which seems unrealistic, and the budgets for the game seems out of control at like $500 million or whatever it is. I want it to be good because selfishly, because I like Battlefield's multiplayer, but also, man, Vince Zampella, that would really put a feather in his cap of like anything this guy does is a success. Like he turned Battlefield around, right? Or, he started the whole thing with Call of Duty, But then you think, oh, this is EA though. How's EA going to screw this up? Because EA eventually screws everything up, don't they? They can say for now their skins are grounded, but in a year after the game launches, and maybe the microtransactions aren't that good, maybe they start putting in some ungrounded skins after they have everybody's buying the game and loving it. All right, now we can introduce these things, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's EA,
Oh, totally.
So,
yeah, I joked on Twitter like, this tweet might age badly when I was talking about the skins, because maybe they keep things grounded for the first year and then maybe they start going off the rails the second year or something like that. I mean, other Battlefield games have had questionable skins occasionally, but I really feel like EA is probably sitting there like thinking we can't fuck this up. They've got like Battlefront 2. Do you remember Battlefront 2 at launch with the pay to win scandal and all that kind of shit?
Oh yeah. I remember.
They've you want to believe they've learned their lesson from a lot of this shit. It's probably naive of me to think they would have learned the lesson from this shit, but I don't know, man. EA is like just fantastic at dropping the ball, man. Like Battlefront 2 had this massive resurgence because of Andor, and EA was just nowhere to capitalize on it.
How are they supposed to capitalize on it though?
Well, not shutting the game down, I suppose, and trying to plug it away at it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, there's nothing really they could do. It was like people wanted to play it because of Andor, and it was, really cheap, but it's not like they had a new Star Wars Battlefront game in development, and it wasn't like, the team had all moved on. I mean, I don't think there was anything they could do.
No.
I mean, is the game still being played a lot right now? The Star Wars Battlefront?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, It's not 100 million players like EA seems to want, but you know, it's. I think a lot of studios would be happy with the kind of engagement that game's had over the years.
Yeah, they probably definitely would be. Yeah. We have Muhammad Delio 3354 says, when does Way of the Kings pick up? It's slow as fuck. Yeah, I mean the beginning of the book is definitely slower. When does it pick up? I forget exactly where, but a lot of the beginning of the book is world building, setting up characters. So believe me, though, it definitely does pick up. It's one of those books that you have to stick with it.
Like Lord of the Rings.
No, Way of the Kings is Brandon Sanderson Stormlight Archive. It's Way of the Kings is probably it's 1,200 pages, so it's definitely
a lot of pages, bro.
It's a lot of pages, and the beginning of the book is slow because it needs to set up the world. It needs to set up all this, the people, the cultures, the powers, all that stuff, and I could see why like somebody's like, hey, it's slow, because it is. You just kind of have to power through it, right? That's like my advice to that. Well, then stop reading it. Go do something else if you don't, if you don't like it. But if you're enjoying it, if you still think it's slow but you're enjoying it, stick with it because it eventually picks up. If you're not liking it, I mean, I would still say at least finish the book and then you'll know. Like, I think you'll know if by the end if it's something you want to continue. But yeah, I get that complaint a lot. BT Maverick, member for 2 months, says, we'll see an Xbox Legion or Claw handheld announcement next year outside of just downloading an Xbox OS. I wish the Xbox Ally had a better screen. So do you think we'll see more handhelds, I guess, from OEMs?
Yeah. So I mean, the Lenovo Legion Go actually leaked. The next one leaked the other day. Yeah, it did. Someone got a prototype unit, made a whole YouTube video about it, which is hilarious. But the version they've got isn't the Z2 Extreme, so not going to be as powerful as the Xbox Ally X. Before, Asus had a year-long exclusivity period with the Z1 Extreme chip, so I think maybe next year is probably going to be too early for more OEMs. I won't be surprised if Microsoft's like doing this in partnership with AMD and Asus as part of like a homification exercise or whatever. But yeah, we'll see. I hear you though on the screen because it's not very big. It's a good screen for its size. Like it's got VRR and all that kind of shit. But I don't want VRR. I do want VRR, but I also want I want 8 inches, man. I think 7. I think 7's too damn small. Yeah. Basically.
Speaking of the ROG Ally, or the Xbox Ally, it's going to be at Gamescom. Xbox is going to be at Gamescom, and they announced what they're going to have there. But specifically about the Xbox Ally, is we have a pricing leak, right, Jez? We have some leaks here from, I think, Bill Bilkun of Deal Labs, who they usually get this stuff 100% accurate, right? They posted that pre-orders will be available starting August 20th. That's one day after Gamescom opening night live and day one of the official show, where Xbox will be having a live broadcast. Now this is the pricing report, but it's only in euros. So the high-end Xbox Ally X will go for 899 euros, while the lower-powered Xbox Ally will go for 599 euros. As for what...
And it'll still be way more powerful than Switch.
Sure.
But these prices kind of already leaked via Asus's website's metadata, which Google scraped the website and got the metadata out. And it does seem like those prices were accurate, right? But I saw some people were like, this means it's going to be over $1,000 in the United States, but that's not how pricing conversions work. The previous gen Xbox Asus ROG Alloys were also that price, and they weren't flat price comparisons in America. They were priced at the same amount, so you're probably looking at the same price in the US, $8.99 and then $5.99, right? I think that's probably going to be the case. That's better than what I was expecting. I was expecting $9.99, to be honest.
I mean, it's already I mean, that's $100 difference. It's not that big. I mean, I guess psychologically there's a difference between $8.99 and $9.99, but
definitely there is.
There's not that. It's not that big of a difference. I mean, if we're already like looking at a device and being like, I'm willing to pay $900 for it, you're probably also being like, if it was $1,000, you'd be still in the market for it, right? You know?
Yeah, sure, but there's also like the optics of $1,000 sounds a lot more, right?
Sure,
I would think.
Absolutely. But I mean, it's not like
also.
It's not like
one of the other things about it is, sorry, go on.
Well, it's not like it's like, oh, it's $7.99. You were expecting $70.99, and it's $200 cheaper. I mean, yeah. So like in the U.S., is it going to be $1,000, or are they going to price convert, or is this going to be same? It's going to be $5.99 and $8.99. It's probably going to be that, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it's going to be the same.
But $900 for a handheld is. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm like $900 for a handheld. Like, what are you fucking joking? You know what I mean?
The thing is, right? You really have to think of this like a laptop replacement. This is a gaming PC, bro. It's going to be like really powerful.
Sure.
I don't think it's going to be a lot of the new juice comes from optimization and the AI stuff, which I'm not even sure it's going to launch with. The AI frame gen and shit like that. But one thing that it is going to benefit from out of the gate is should have improved battery life over the predecessor by a significant amount, because I think that's where a lot of the work's gone in with this sequel rather than just raw power. But it's a powerful fucking system, man. I had a Surface that I was using for travel because thin and light and stuff like that, but I was just like, hang on a sec. My Lenovo Legion Go is like orders of magnitude more powerful than this and is roughly the same weight. So why am I even bothering? I just plug the mouse and keyboard into that instead. It's a PC, bro. So I think you have to think of it in that context. If you are someone who's considering buying it, you're not just buying like a Nintendo Switch with more power. This is a full-blown gaming PC, and it's basically priced as appropriate for that, form factor. But if you do want something that's more of a handheldy, that's why there's a cheaper version. And yeah, you're probably not going to be running Cyberpunk on max settings on it or anything, but you will have pretty great battery life for like a lot of 2D games and that kind of thing, Yeah, and like Peterman in chat says, like the ability to dock this with a Thunderbolt cable and just basically put it on your desk, plug in mouse and keyboard, frankly, any peripheral that Windows can run, you could turn this into a workstation. You could turn it into a streaming PC. It's a PC, not just a handheld. So that's factored into the price, right?
Sure.
But also, it's also not subsidized because obviously Microsoft, it's not a closed platform. Asus doesn't make any money on the software, so they've got to make a profit. So considering the amount of people that are involved in this, I'm surprised it's priced as low as it is. I would have to assume that Microsoft's probably making very, very little on it for their money on their own.
Yeah, probably.
They provided the license for the branding, but I think that's about it for them.
It's
probably more of an investment for Microsoft because they've had to refactor aspects of Windows for this device.
Yeah, and I know. I'm happy for all the handheld bros that will get their handheld, because I know you're gonna play this a lot, but still doesn't do anything for me. I still don't care about it, No. And even if I did care about it, the price would probably put me. That'd be one thing I'd be like, I don't know if it might be too much for how much I would use it. That's
too much for my blood.
That's like one of the reasons I shy away from the Switch 2. Even though it's way less expensive, it's still. what am I going to play on this thing that justify its cost over a period of time? Because I did give it a thought this past week. I was just like, well, should I get a Switch 2 and play Donkey Kong? And I was like, as quickly as that thought came, that thought also left. I'm like, nah. Maybe if there was like 4 or 5 other games I'd be interested in, who knows? Maybe I'll play it in 2 or 3 years when there's more than just a Donkey Kong and a Metroid Prime 4. But like $900 to play handheld stuff when I don't care about handheld stuff, and it's just like, no, I'm good on that. But some of the things that Xbox is doing at Gamescom, which you are going to be there, correct?
Yes, I'm going to be at Gamescom. I'm checking out tons of games.
So you're going to get your hands
on the Patreon. Yeah, I'm gonna put a lot of that stuff through Patreon. So
you're going to get hands on with the ROG Ally X. But they also
getting hands on with that. Going to play loads of games. I got Silent Little F. I got tons of shit coming.
Grounded 2 is there, which it's out now for those that don't know. It's in Game Pass preview, but it's on Xbox Series X and S. Is it in the cloud? I'm not even sure where Grounded 2 is in.
Probably.
But did you also see that they've changed their Xbox PC branding again?
Yeah, it's now Xbox on PC.
Xbox on PC instead of Xbox PC. Which what do you think? Is that better or is that just a whatever? I think it makes more sense. Xbox on PC makes more sense than Xbox PC, but whatever. Yeah, I'm not a marketer, so
I spoke to someone at Microsoft about it, and they were like, we did user research, and we were like, it saves on confusion. So they've decided this is less confusing branding, which maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I think it's one of the issues with trying to marry the Xbox branding with PC, right? I suppose to some degree. It's fine. It is what it is. It doesn't really matter, I suppose.
So Grounded 2 is going to be there. Haven't played it. I'll play it probably when it releases out of early access in 1.0, just like I did the first Grounded. Ninja Gaiden 4 is going to be there, so people can check that out. Machine Games is bringing Indiana Jones and the Great Circle there because they're going to be promoting the DLC Order of the Giants. World's Edge is going to be there with Age of Empires and Age of Mythology Retold. I don't know if they have any of the DLC there, but they're going to be there. And Microsoft Flight Sim is going to be there, where they're introducing an exciting city update, brand new aircraft. So that's what Xbox is bringing. And they have a theater presentation for Outer Worlds 2. So that probably means that it's not, at least won't be hands-on for people there. So you have to watch it. But they have some third-party partners that actually have playable demos. Like Chronos New Dawn, Super Meat Boy 3D, Invincible Versus, Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Remake Intergrade.
Silksong.
Well, I was working my way up to that. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, Amnesia, Way of the Sword, Borderlands 4, and the big one, Hollow Knight Silksong, is going to be playable at the Xbox booth.
You jealous?
I mean, not really, because you know me, I don't do demos.
Oh.
But what does this mean, Jez? Are we still is Silksong still? I mean, is it possible it's this year? Got a playable demo at Gamescom?
That's the official line, isn't it? Out in time for the Xbox Allies launch, I think they're committed to. So,
well, no, they said that. What did they say? I thought they said Hollow Knight would
holiday 2025. That's what they've said.
I thought it was something along the lines of Hollow Knight would be there at launch whenever it released, and it would be playable on the ROG Ally. Not that it would be available on the ROG Ally day one, right? Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know exactly.
No, I'm pretty sure they were like, yeah, it's this year. I'm pretty sure of that. Someone in chat can clarify, right?
I mean, who knows? They could get delayed again, bro.
Yeah.
But
maybe.
I mean, we are
That's
in
the
August.
thing when you've got
do you think
when you want to make an absolute banger?
Do you think then it shows up at the Keeleys for Gamescom and they announce the release date and everything? Then that's where it shows up, because it didn't show up at the partner preview or partner showcase that Nintendo just did. So
Yeah, it does seem like Xbox has some kind of marketing beat with them, but I suppose we'll find out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Uh, we got Joaquin, member for 3 months, says, "Hey Rand, condolences on losing your all-time hero in Hulk Hogan. Hope you're doing okay, and at least you still have Mel Gibson and Liam Neeson." Haha, funny, funny. I mean, we talked about that. Hulk Hogan was yeah, like he wasn't he wasn't like how I got into wrestling when I was a kid. I mean, that was like Undertaker and Bret Hart and stuff. So I don't really have the childhood memories, or he wasn't my childhood hero. He was Joaquin's. Uh, he had posters up on his bed and stuff. Like he's basically he's exposing himself, right? He's projecting. So, but speaking of Liam Neeson, I don't know if you saw that his the Naked Gun sequel, or I don't even know if it's called a reboot.
It is. No, it is. It's a sequel.
It's a sequel, but I don't know if you saw.
It's Frank Drebin's son.
I know, but the reviews for it are outstanding. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah.
It's actually good.
I saw,
like not only good but potentially great.
I watched the new Jurassic Park movie a few weeks ago, and there was a trailer for it, Naked Gun, and I'm a huge Naked Gun fan, man. When I was a little kid, you know, like how little kids go through that phase of like watching things repeatedly over and over and over again. I did that with the Naked Gun movies as a child. So those movies are like burned onto my brain. I can literally quote the script from those movies, like while watching it, like do all the voice acting and shit. So I was like, when they announced this, I was like, there's no way this can be good, but it sounds like it is. And the trailer I watched at the cinema was genuinely hilarious. So, and really had that sort of like, it really like called back to the originals, right? So, yeah, I'm pretty excited to check it out.
No, I know earlier we
I need
talked
to show my
about
girlfriend the other movie.
we talked about the Bioshock 4 stuff, and I couldn't read the article because the Bloomberg stuff is behind a paywall. But I just see Wario tweeted out about less than an hour ago from the article. I don't know if this is new, but he says the Bioshock 1 remake was in development but canceled earlier this year. So they were doing a remake of Bioshock 1. And Bioshock 4 recently failed a publisher review, leading to a leadership shakeup and narrative overhaul.
Dude, I was like, when we were talking about that earlier, I was thinking like, why don't they just remake the first one? That's low hanging fruit.
Well, apparently they did, or they were, and it was canceled this year. So,
oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
Well, that's depressing. That's really fucking depressing. Sean Boy. Oh, it's Sean LeBrie in chat. My mom was in the original Naked Gun sequel, which means yes, she worked with OJ. Damn, that's an interesting claim to fame. You know, on that note, I've got a claim to fame. Ozzy Osbourne's brother, Tony Osbourne, owed my mom money. There you go. Do you have any famous people stories, Rand?
Famous people?
Yeah, have you ever met anyone famous?
I met Barack Obama.
You met Barack Obama?
Yeah, but that was before he was president. When he was state senator here in Illinois. I met him.
Shit.
Have I met anybody else famous? I met Jez Corden at E3 2016. I met Cold Eastwood. You might know him. Gaming
the famous YouTuber,
content creator. Yeah. No, like super famous people. No, I mean Barack Obama is probably the most famous. I can't think of anybody else that. No, that'd be about it. But I guess Barack Obama wasn't like famous at the time I met him. Like he was an Illinois state senator, but it wasn't like if you met like Roman Reigns today. If like Jez met Roman Reigns, right? Or you'd be like, well, I met him when he was younger, but.
So people in chat are saying, Jez, Tony Osbourne owed your mom money for what? It was a carpet.
Okay.
And that's all the context I've got. Is that my mom sold him a carpet and Tony didn't pay for it or something. That's it. I think just to be clear, I think Tony and Ozzy were estranged, but obviously Ozzy Osbourne's from Birmingham, right? And I'm from the next town over from Birmingham. So a lot of those heavy metal bands like Judas Priest is literally from my town, and like Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath, and all those bands, like they played in the pubs where like my mom and her friends and that whole scene, they all knew each other, man. From back then. Kind of crazy, right? My mom's got like a Black Sabbath ticket in a frame, and it's like the ticket was like $1.99 or something. £1.99.
Mm-hmm.
I bought Deftown tickets the other day for like 150 quid, man. Crazy.
Well, let's see what else we got here. You know what? Let's hit the what some people would say the clickbait segment of the title of the podcast, right? PlayStation games coming to Xbox, and Xbox games dominating the PlayStation Store. Because I guess you could maybe make the argument they're intertwined a little bit.
Yeah.
I know which one do you want to tackle first? I guess the one that happened first, right? Which the PlayStation games coming to Xbox. So last week, Friday, after the podcast was over, there was a job listing that was posted from PlayStation for basically someone to oversee their multi-platform push, their senior leadership position. I don't exactly have the job listing here, but basically it was their job to kind of look at their where they want to put games on, and they mentioned in the job listing specifically like Epic Games, Steam, Xbox, and Nintendo. So, of course, this news was, depending on what side you're on, this news was met with the utmost happiness or the
big drama,
the utmost dejection, I guess. But drama ensued because
drama did ensue.
Maybe nobody thought this was going to happen, even though like the Helldivers 2 announcement took mostly everybody by surprise. None of the usual insiders that are now suddenly like coming out and being like, I've talked to my sources at these studios and they're telling me it's not happening. Like none of these insiders are out here even mentioning a whisper about Helldivers 2. Like it just came in. The only one who actually mentioned it was Special Nick, and that was the year before. And then he followed it up with saying, actually sounds like it didn't go through. Talks broke up, right? So it just, out of nowhere, Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. Nobody had talked about it previously. Nobody had mentioned it. I'm not saying nobody knew about it, because I think people did. But nobody at least was willing to go public about it. And it's like, yeah, well, how'd that one slip by everybody else? So now, of course, with this job listing comes the thing that everybody loves to do, speculation. What could it mean? How many games is it going to be? How often is it going to be? All that sort of stuff. And, we don't know Sony's going to do what's best for them, right? I think we would both agree on that. They're going to do what's best for their business. Whether that means just putting live service games on Xbox and keeping the single-player stuff to themselves to help their console business and protect it. That's one way you could look at it. You could look at it another way of they see what Xbox is doing on their own storefront, and they have a lot of games in their back catalog that aren't really doing that much, aren't really selling that much right now, that potentially could sell on Xbox and other platforms that they could bring it to and make more money. Those games like Uncharted or the God of War, early the Spider-Man 2018, the games that probably aren't really shifting the needle too much in terms of sales or PlayStation Plus subscriptions. Maybe they look at it like, we could eke out maybe $100 million more in revenue or whatever, right? you have a lot of different thoughts about the possibility and what this could mean. You know, some PlayStation fans are being like, hey, don't fall for the trap. You know, they said the same thing about PC games when it was Horizon. It was like, hey, they just said it was one game, and we all knew it wasn't just one game. And then eventually it's like all the games. And then eventually it's like, well,
all the games in the
like
universe.
how it all went was Sony knows the value of exclusives, and they'll never put their games on PC. And then they put Horizon on PC, and then suddenly it was like, well, it, you know, it's fine if it's 4 years. Like, be happy. You know, you'll have to wait an entire generation to play these games. And then the time went from 5 years to 4 years to 3 years to 2 years to 1 year. And then suddenly, well, it won't be day and date. And then suddenly they're doing day and date with multiplayer games. And then, looks like they're doing day and date with the single player game, Lost Soul Aside, right? Where so now the time gap has shrunk. And now they're actually doing day and date with some of their games. And, you know, but the goalpost ever moves backwards. Because when you say never, and you say it, well, you're stuck yourself in a corner. So now it consistently is moving backwards. And with this, with Xbox going multi-platform first, you know, a lot of it was like, okay, well, is this really the future? Because Xbox was saying all these different things, and people are like, well, PlayStation, Nintendo would never do this, you know, for XYZ reasons. And even though PlayStation does have games on Xbox, like MLB The Show or the Marathon game coming from Bungie, those were always excused because of licensing arrangements. MLB forced, you know, the show to be on Xbox. Bungie created a good deal for themselves, and they want Marathon everywhere to make as most money, and that is not, you know, right? Like, all those sort of excuses. And it was like, but Sony will never do this. They'll never put a game on Xbox, right? And then here we go with Helldivers 2, which is a PlayStation first-party game. It's a
PlayStation Publishing LLC.
Yeah, it's an IP they own. They actually created PlayStation Publishing LLC on Xbox. And this is after last year where they did that for Lego Horizon on the Switch, which people weren't happy with. So now, of course, people went from Sony will never do it, and now you can already see the back shift, the backpedaling, the goalpost moving to, well, it'll just be live service games. Or, you know, it won't be the single-player games. Or if it's the single-player games, it'll just be the older ones. Or the small ones, or what have you. You're not getting Wolverine Day 1. You're not getting Ghost of Yotai Day 1. It's like, well, nobody was really saying like it was going to be Day 1 for any of those games. But, I mean, you were saying it was never going to happen, and now it is. And it's like some people are like, oh, my, how could they do this? Like, I don't know if you saw, but apparently people...
I was waiting for the fanboy voice to come out.
People were writing letters like they were... Like it's the music video for Eminem's Stan. Writing letters to Sony headquarters.
Oh, man.
Being like, don't follow in these footsteps. Please don't put our games on other platforms, because what else can I do with my life? You know? And Sony came out with some response or whatever, and it was like, you know, very much like, yeah, well, you know, we love hearing from you, PlayStation fans, and we'll blah, 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 blah. But it's like, really, I mean, I guess it's not a surprise that, to me, that there were people that wrote to PlayStation, because I mean there were people trying to get there were people writing to the CMA to get the Activision deal blocked because they were terrified that if Xbox were able to get ABK that it would destroy PlayStation, which I mean didn't happen, but there were definitely people who thought that way. So I'm not surprised if there are people willing to write and spend their time writing an email or a letter to the CMA to block an acquisition. I'm not surprised that there are people out there that were so devastated and so unhappy with the idea, just the thought, just the mere job mention that they might be looking to expand their IP to other platforms, to make more money, and to gain a bigger audience, that those crybabies, those man-children, would spend their time and email PlayStation What? I'm just saying, like it's
Dark Rand coming out, guys.
It's what?
Dark Rand.
I mean, how else would you explain that? I mean, the idea, dude, the thought process you would have to have. What is someone's thought process of PlayStation putting Helldivers on there and then a job listing? In your thought process is like, I'm going to send Sony an email to say, please don't do this to me. Like, what is someone's like thought process behind that? Like, what is their emotional maturity at that point? That affects their life that much that they have to go write an email. Like, I don't know, it's some I bought something from your store and gave me salmonella. Like something that actually matters in those regards. Not, well, we actually might put God of War on Xbox, and then you get this and it's just like, holy crap. Like, are you a 40-year-old man with a kid, but your actual emotional maturity is 12? Because sometimes when you get on Twitter and you see some of the things people say to each other, I mean, it definitely looks like a lot of these people's emotional maturity is that of a teenager. They may look 40 and have kids, but they're still like, have the emotional maturity of like an 8th grader or something. If you're that emotionally affected by the mere possibility of something like this happening, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, with the Xbox stuff, for me, it was like they're killing Xbox with this because, like, why would anyone, want to develop games for Xbox if there's no, exclusives? It was kind of like following that through to its logical conclusion with Xbox. But with PlayStation, it's kind of like, hang on, they've got like an established install base of tens of millions of people, 3-to-1 ratio over Xbox. Those players are never ever gonna shift to another platform, or at least not to Xbox, because they're digitally locked in increasing numbers every year. More and more people are digitally locked in, not just to their games, but also their save files, their friends list, and all that kind of stuff. So like, I'm sitting here thinking about what is Microsoft's legacy with companies that aren't making it infinite amounts of money? They shut them down, right? That's Microsoft's legacy. Microsoft is known for giving up. But with Sony and PlayStation, like PlayStation is it's like all of their business essentially in some of their verticals. So it's like Sony's not going to shut down PlayStation in any way, shape, or form, nor are they going to do anything that jeopardizes PlayStation. Because I think I think every company can make mistakes. But like Colin Moriarty said on the podcast we did with him a few weeks ago on Patreon, it was like Sony's a lot more careful with PlayStation because it's crucial to their entire tech vertical. So, I don't think anything that PlayStation will be doing in this scenario is going to hurt their business. They know that, like, with Helldivers 2 has probably done all it can possibly do on PlayStation. And like maybe some of the older games that they're going to probably port across. Like, think of things like Returnal or Days Gone or anything like that. The shooter kind of games, those would over-index on Xbox because Xbox is the shooter box, right? I think Helldivers 2 is going to do phenomenally well on Xbox and have a really good attach rate because it's got that, it's sort of Halo-coded almost in a way. And I do think, like, some of the other Sony games would probably over-index on Xbox, as in have a higher attach rate than usual. Because Xbox is the shooter box and Xbox players maybe have slightly different tastes than PlayStation players and all that kind of thing, right? But I think Sony also knows that anyone who's still on Xbox today is probably just has endured so much bullshit that they're probably never going to leave. There's nothing they can do to get us. So it's like they might as well just sell us something. Because that's pretty much where Xbox ended up. And Xbox was like, the cost of user acquisition for these PlayStation players is so high that we'll never get them. We could release AAA banger after AAA banger and give them away for free via Game Pass. But those people are happy where they are. They're happy in their habits and they're happy in their purchasing habits. They can afford all this stuff. And these are the kind of games I like. So why not bring the games to them, And as an Xbox fan and an Xbox customer, more importantly, as an Xbox customer, knowing that Xbox is in the third place and that, you know, they've had a lot of cancellations, a lot of disappointments, your Redfalls, your Crackdowns, whatever, you know, Scalebound, Perfect Dark, pick your poison, right? A lot of disappointment. And also, like, why did Microsoft too shut things down, shut down Skype, shut down Windows Phone, killing Surface? I doubt Surface lasts for another 3 years. All that kind of stuff. You kind of have to think like, well, there's a pattern here, right? So I think Xbox earned its backlash. But I think with PlayStation, I genuinely think it's a little bit different. There's nothing here that would give me alarm bells about PlayStation business. PlayStation's going to sell a shitload of copies of Helldivers 2 on Xbox. They're going to use the money they make from that to subsidize exclusives for PlayStation. You know, it's a good thing for everyone involved. Xbox players get to experience the game that they probably wouldn't have otherwise experienced it. PlayStation gets to have some more money to reinvest in its own platform. It's a win-win situation, you know. The only people that are upset about it are, you know, the people you're talking about, Rand, the fanboys, and the people who've sort of made a name for themselves online by being fanboys, you know.
Yes.
Those are the only people that got a problem with it. And they're going to have to learn to adapt to a new universe very, very quickly, because it ain't just Helldivers 2, baby.
Well, yeah, so Nate the Hate came out in a Twitter thread yesterday when he was asked some questions, because, you know, Nate is... we've had Nate on Xbox 2 before, Xbox 2 plus 1. I've been on his podcast a couple times, usually like for Xbox predictions. He's a good dude. Definitely has a lot of connections in the industry. I think his most recent claim to... I mean, he has a couple things out there. Like, I remember in early 2024... where he was like, an Xbox game's about to go to an award-winning Xbox game's got to go to PlayStation. That started everything, right? People were losing their minds. People called him a liar. You know, and eventually that was Hi-Fi Rush, among 3 other games, right? Like, it was Hi-Fi Rush, Sea of Thieves, Pentiment, and Grounded, as those 4 games in the Xbox business update stuff. But then he also leaked when the Nintendo Switch 2 announcement was going to be. I don't know if you remember that. And he said it was going to be this day or whatever. And it was like, it was getting to that day, or it was like the day before. And people were like, he lied. They would have announced this the day before. And then it was like the next day, early in the morning, they dropped the trailer, which wasn't a very long trailer. It was like 3 minutes long. And then he posted this whole like image of a guy just chilling on a chair, just like, you know, basking in the sun, being like, I don't have a worry in the world because I'm always right. And just recently with the Nintendo Direct, he said that there was going to be in the Nintendo Direct, it was going to be like last week of July. But of course, when it got to like July 30th, people, you know, or July 29th, people were like, we're getting to the end of the month, you fucking liar. You were wrong about this. Mm-hmm. And then on the 30th, they're like, tune in on the 31st for the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. And so he posted another one of those things. So, yeah. You know, when he says stuff is usually right. Happens. I mean, we did the prediction show for the Xbox Showcase, and he pretty much got it all correct. I mean, I thought Gears Z-Day was a shoo-in to be there, and he was like, there's going to be no Gears, there's going to be no State of Decay, there's going to be no... We kind of knew Perfect Dark, but I was like, no Gears? He had, like, the whole thing, like, locked down. So he was asked about, like, the idea of more, you know, what's the next PlayStation game to come to Xbox? And he said, more PlayStation games will come to Xbox. He doesn't know. He basically said he doesn't know, or at least he doesn't have anything to share about what they are yet, whether they're just live service or single player. And then he needed to say he doesn't have any info about Lego Horizon, and that he said even if that game did come over, would anybody care? Because apparently Lego Horizon didn't do very well. So I mean, he's already out there saying more PlayStation games are going to come. So, you know. Take that for what it is. I mean, I believe Nate, but I also believe that there were more PlayStation games coming regardless of, but even before what Nate said. So I guess like the question is, what are the games going to be? right? And that's where we don't know. I mean, some Xbox fans believe it's the whole entire slate, right? All the PlayStation games are coming. Some people believe it's just the live service stuff, or maybe a smorgasbord of live service stuff plus older things. And I guess the only way that we'll know about this is we just have to wait for the announcements. Who knows how long it'll take for them to kind of put those games in development. Just because something's not in development right now doesn't mean it won't be in development later, or someone, porting something somewhere, right? Like, oh, well, maybe Spider-Man's not in development right now, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be in development a year from now, right? Depending on whatever
those licenses are very expensive.
The what's are very expensive?
The licenses for Spider-Man,
sure.
Very expensive.
But Sony could view that as integral to their platform, like the idea of like you can only get Spider-Man here or whatever. So we know that they're obviously looking to put games on Xbox, which also goes against the whole notion of the whole thing of nobody buys games on Xbox, which constantly pops up alongside with the whole Game Pass profitability thing, which seems to happen all the time because Xbox had their quarterly report for the whole year. And Satya said that Game Pass was nearing like $5 billion per the whole year. The Xbox's like revenue was up like 10%, like content and services, but their hardware was down or whatever. So, they're always just like the whole idea, like the whole thing became, yeah, but what about Game Pass profitability? It's like, bro, like. It's almost $5 billion per calendar year, right? Or not calendar, a fiscal year. So you have to ask yourself, you really think Xbox is spending more than $5 billion on Game Pass deals? If you just look at Game Pass's P&L sheet of like how much it costs to sign the games versus the cost of how much money you're bringing in. I mean, we went through this, it seemed like a couple weeks ago with Christopher Dring, where he said one thing and then the next day he had to retract because it wasn't right. About people being like, well, it can't be profitable because they're not putting the games against their budgets. It's like, yeah, but they wouldn't do that. Like the games are going to be against the salaries of the studio's P&L sheet and stuff. And I think you explained it about, no, they still account for the lost sales within the Game Pass's P&L. But, if Game Pass is making $5 billion a year, I guarantee you they're not spending more than $5 billion on it. And I just have this sense that if Game Pass wasn't profitable at this point in time, then
it wouldn't exist.
It wouldn't exist anymore. It'd be done and over with. But I don't know why that's such a conversation still about it. I know Microsoft or Xbox doesn't show their financials like PlayStation and Nintendo do, which sucks because you would like to see those things, right? Just to see how it all goes, but they don't do it. So it's like, what are you going to do? And obviously the trust is an issue of like, well, I don't believe them or whatever, but okay, well, I don't think they can lie to investors and all those sort of things, even though companies have in the past, but it just becomes this whole thing. It just becomes this whole thing with, Xbox, and how people perceive it and what they believe to be true. One of those being like, nobody buys games on Xbox. That's been a narrative forever, kind of brought back to the forefront again with the news from Moon Studios about, hey, we may not release No Rest for the Wicked. No Rest for the Wicked. What did I say? No Rest for the Wicked?
No Rest for the Wicked.
So no Rest for the Wicked because of market conditions, right? Which, brought the whole, like, nobody buys games on Xbox back. Or, so, but then it's like, you have all these publishers who are still putting games on Xbox. In fact, you have a lot of these games that normally would skip Xbox from the Japanese stuff that are actually coming. Then you have Sony putting Helldivers 2 on there. So clearly they see some sort of financial opportunity to be gained with that, right? But then you even look at, like, the money situation that Xbox has. Xbox made like $24 billion this fiscal year, which I think is their most ever. Now, if you take what Satya said, where you said $5 billion of it is Game Pass. Okay, $5 billion Game Pass. We know like Activision is usually $7 billion. So okay, that's $7 billion. So that's $12 billion out of 24. So that's half. And they even did mention like Game Pass is like 20% of Xbox's revenue or whatever it was, or content and services. I think I saw someone who kind of follows Xbox hardware that their revenue for hardware that year would have been $2 billion. So you had $5 billion plus $2 billion, $7 billion plus $7 billion for ABK is like 14. Then that leaves $10 billion left for DLC and full game sales, right? So it's like, yeah, people buy games. They may not buy games on the scale of PlayStation, which has a bigger user base or what have you. But if nobody was really buying games on Xbox, I think all these publishers would pull out. Like they're not a charity. You know what I mean? If you're releasing Resident Evil 4 on Xbox and it's only selling 15,000 copies, and it costs more to port it than it is to make it, like, you're not going to put the game on the platform. You're going to just be like, no. It's not worth it for us. So, like, we haven't seen any big publishers do that. In fact, we've seen more Japanese support than ever. More support in general from, publishers and developers. Like, yeah, our game's going to skip? Of course. Games are going to skip. The platform, just like, there are going to be some AAA games or whatever that skip to Switch, because I did see Battlefield 6 isn't coming to the Switch too. So that's just what it is. But there's a sense of like, well, why'd they even bring Helldivers 2 to Xbox? Because we know nobody buys games. And it's like, nah, people do buy games. And maybe Helldivers 2, a lot of people would buy it. But it's also
I think Helldivers over-indexes on Xbox.
Well, yeah, I mean, I turned on my Xbox last night when I was playing Ready or Night, and Helldivers 2 was being advertised right on the dashboard, right in one of the 3 ads. So, yeah, I don't know. So it's kind of blowing away some of those narratives about even Sony thinks there's some financial opportunity, and if they're planning to release more games on Xbox, then that would say, well, they think it's worth it. They think it's worth their time and their effort and their resources, either using Nixxes or using another developer to spend their time and money creating a port and putting it on Xbox where people would buy it. And there must be enough people on there to buy it to make it worth their while. Right? So, I know that probably hurts a lot of people with, the agendas they want to push.
I think like this is the ultimate thing. Like you could argue that, for example, you could argue that, okay, maybe EA, Ubisoft, whatever, they support Xbox to their detriment because they don't want to give all the power to Steam and PlayStation, right?
Sure. Or you can make an argument, they signed these contracts, and maybe the contract says you can't drop the platform for whatever reason or something.
There's nothing driving Sony to put games on Xbox except pure, cold, hard sales. They're not getting the Game Pass bag. Anything like that. They're doing it purely for sales. It blows that whole narrative completely out of the water. So anyone's still pushing this idea that, blah, 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 Xbox players don't buy games. They're just living in a fantasy land, man. And it's just more console war fodder, console war bullshit. That's all it ever is with these people.
Yeah. Well, then there's the storefront, Jez. The Xbox games within the store itself. And there's a part of me that wonders, maybe some of that has played a part. There's a part of me that wonders, like, with Forza Horizon being the best-selling game on the PlayStation Store, does Sony look at that and be like, well, that's a 4-year-old game? Like, 3 million copies, supposedly? I mean, that's... I know it's like $200 million in revenue, but that's 100%, and obviously, like, Sony gets a cut at all that stuff, so it's not exactly $200 million or whatever it would be. But that's a good chunk of change for a game that's 4 years old, right? So sometimes I just wonder if they look at that and they're like, oh man, I mean, our older games that aren't selling anymore would definitely sell. Like, God, like, what would Last of Us do if we put Last of Us 1 there on the platform alongside the TV show? Like, could we sell an extra million or 2 copies and make an extra money? Like, the God of War TV show's coming. Like, we've seen some details about that. I think they start filming next year. I mean, it'll be years before it releases or something. But, God of War is probably going to... Like, do we want God of War everywhere? 2018, like, do you want that on the platform where it could sell more? Maybe that's one of the things they would be like, actually, no, we don't want that because we want the sales on our platform, what have you. But something like Uncharted Trilogy or something, where it's like, we're not doing anything with Uncharted, so why not put it somewhere else? And, maybe that sells an extra 1 million copies, which is a good chunk of change or something. You never know what they could be thinking about, because when you look at like the recent Q2 charts for April, May, and June here in the U.S., according to Sakana, dominated. The PlayStation Store was dominated by Xbox. There's no other.
It was.
They have 6 of the top 10 spots here. 6. The number 1 game was Elden Ring Night Rain, which, to be expected, new game. It's Elden Ring. It's from Software, of course. Number 2 was Forza Horizon 5, a game that's 4 years old. Number 3 was Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, which they also announced 9 million players, right? 4 was MLB The Show. 5 was Call of Duty Black Ops 6. 6 was Doom The Dark Ages. 7 was Death Stranding 2. 8 was Indiana Jones. 9 was Minecraft. And 10 was Assassin's Creed Shadows. So you have 6 games in this top 10 from Xbox. Forza Horizon 5, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Doom The Dark Ages, Indiana Jones, and Minecraft. Out of the top 10.
Pretty good, right?
What?
Pretty good, right?
I mean, that's pretty good. That's something that if you said 5 years ago to somebody, they would call you a crazy person. Yet here we are living in this reality. So, I mean, look, Sony may look at it and be like, maybe that doesn't have any bearing on how we think. Whatever, anybody can put our games in our store because we're just going to take 30%. Like, we didn't have to do anything for this. Like, all those sales, we get 30% of all this stuff. And of course, then it goes back to like Phil's whole quote about, we don't want to support PlayStation because they'll take the money from the sales of the games that we have on there and then use it to hurt us or whatever. I know that's a quote that we always come back to because it was like one of those things like, well, you said this before. Do you not really believe it now? But even still, Sony must still see the value of putting Helldivers 2 on Xbox, not to mention if they have plans for other games. It's just a question of what those other games are. And
but I think that's just the reality of like what Phil said. They did take the money and they did use the money to try and hurt Xbox, but the damage that they've done to Xbox that's it. They can't do any more. Because anyone that's still on Xbox now, through everything, through all the drama, through all the bullshit, through all that kind of stuff, they ain't moving now. There's nothing you can get to, like, all the sort of fair weather fans that were all militant on Twitter, but then like abandoned ship and went to other platforms and changed their whole YouTube channels to hate on Xbox and all that kind of stuff. All those people are gone now. The people that are left are the people that either had faith in the strategy or that they didn't care about the strategy, or they were just like, we're just going to weather this out and see where it goes. And those are the fans now that are left. There's nothing that's going to push them away unless the platform just completely dies. So it's like, what Phil said isn't untrue. It's just like, well, the people we've got left are the people that are just going to put up with anything, really.
Yeah, I mean, so if you had to guess, like, let's gamble a bit. If you had to guess,
gamble.
What games do you think? Because I think you also believe there are definitely more games coming, right?
I know there's more games coming.
Oh, just like Nate, there's more coming. Okay, so
I don't know what, but yeah.
So if you had
heavily hinted that towards me that there's more games coming.
So if you had to predict what those games are, where would you lay your bets down on?
There's two schools of thought, because it's like you say, there are games that would definitely not hurt PlayStation in any way, shape, or form. Games like Returnal, Days Gone, which I think would over-index on Xbox and do very well. I think with Days Gone, you've got sort of
there's no sequel, there's no franchise for it, so it's like, why not, right?
Yes, why not? But it's also like with Days Gone, you've got State of Decay audience who are waiting for State of Decay 3. maybe Days Gone, like you can make some money off that audience, while also placating the State of Decay 3 players. And State of Decay 3 is going to end up on PlayStation as well. Let's
Well,
be
did you
real
see that
about it.
report that was like Gears E-Day and State of Decay 3 are coming to PlayStation? It's like, yeah, duh, no shit. Like,
Yeah, no shit.
This ain't news anymore. You know, I know people
It's
want
not
it to be
news,
news, but like Xbox going to put their games. I don't know. I guess maybe people need to see the Halo whenever Halo comes over or whatever. But nobody writes articles about EA or all these other publishers bringing their games everywhere. But I guess for now it's still odd to see an Xbox. Oh, like Gears coming to PlayStation, but it's like if you've been paying attention, you know this was the case. So I'm not sure why it's like still quote unquote news, right?
Yeah, it's not news anymore.
So what were you saying?
So yeah, like two schools of thought. You could have games that definitely won't hurt PlayStation, like Days Gone, Returnal, stuff like that. Or games that would actually make a shitload of money, like The Last of Us, God of War. A lot of those games are like iconic, right? And I think like with Last of Us having a TV show, they'd obviously sell a lot, and I think you'd raise the status of the TV show and the franchise in general, and cut through that zeitgeist by putting the games everywhere all at once, right? But at the same time, Sony's probably sitting there thinking like, well, this might actually sell hardware and might convert people to our ecosystem and all that kind of stuff. Maybe new players, that kind of thing. Well, they have to consider that as well, right? So if I, and this is my sort of, I'm not exactly the most optimistic person in the universe, as you guys know. So if I had to guess, I'm not sitting here thinking it's going to be whole slate at all. I've certainly not heard anything to suggest that it will be whole slate. So if I had to guess, it's going to be service games for definite. And maybe back catalog games, high chance. Games that are going to over-index on Xbox, like shooters and like Helldivers. Games that are more popular on PC, probably like Helldivers, because there's another aspect to this, which I think not enough people talk about, Rand, is that if the next Xbox really does have Steam on it, I think Sony, there's a logic there where Sony cuts out the middleman and just publishes the games themselves, because in theory, the next Xbox gives publishers and developers a more favorable cut on Xbox, because if you publish on Xbox on PC, you're not getting 70%, you're getting 88%. So if the next Xbox is a PC, are they going to get 88% too? If they are, then it would probably behoove Sony to cut out Steam, who's, taking a bigger cut, and promote the whole idea of a console by just supporting the default store on the system, because you're just handing more power to Steam that way, and Sony gets a better cut from Microsoft, they make more money, blah, 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 back and forth, all that kind of stuff. So in that universe, maybe even more shit comes if it is going to be a better cut for them, if it's going to be better business for them. Because I think like with Sony's comments to shareholders and all that kind of thing, they're very, very intent on pushing up their margins, and selling software is how you push up the margins. So maybe they're just like, fuck it. We'll start porting our back catalog. We'll keep things day one on PlayStation, but we'll treat the Xbox ecosystem how we treat PC. Because at the end of the day, if you are putting God of War on a PC, it sort of becomes like, well, why not Xbox? Because the Xbox has Steam already, The next Xbox is a PC, so why not? Is it because you're scared of people on Twitter? You don't want to make money? A lot of this shit ends up just not making any sense, bro. So yeah, Texas Lean says, MS gives a better cut than 30%. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize this. But if you sell your game through the Microsoft Store on PC, the Xbox on PC app, you get the split is 88-12, the same as the Epic Game Store. And if the next Xbox is a PC, then maybe that gets a better cut. But there's another thing, like Lord Henry follows up with, couldn't Sony make their own storefront for PC? Maybe, that's another potential outcome here. That Sony just makes its own store and they put that on the Xbox and get 100% of the revenue. But the thing is, running your own store ain't cheap. There's a lot of bandwidth for one thing, installing games and all that kind of stuff. You got to have all your payment. You got to have your deals with payment suppliers set up and all that kind of stuff. Got to have customer service. It's not free to set up your own store, So maybe Sony could do it, but I also think they'd make more money if they didn't, probably. Because Microsoft doesn't really care about the cut that they get from third-party game sales anymore. Because Microsoft now, all their money comes from first-party and Game Pass. Very little of their revenue share is third-party game sales now. So Microsoft probably happy to give a lower cut in order to actually bring some competition to Steam and win over some users, right? That's kind of my thought process on some of that stuff. So there's lots of different ways of thinking about it. But if I had to guess, it's probably going to be back catalog, older games, much, much older games, and service games. But I think the more optimistic way of looking at it is Sony eventually, in the years to come, starts treating Xbox the same way it treats PC, where it's like year-long exclusivity on their platform. Once it's sold through all it can, then other platforms.
Yeah, it's a very.
But what do you think?
Well, I'm of a similar opinion. Like, I do think I do think they will port single-player games to Xbox. I think the thing is, I think the live service stuff is a slam dunk regardless. Like, I didn't need the job listing to tell me. Like, they have talked about that before, and Helldivers 2 really just showed their hand regardless of it. It's like, okay, Helldivers 2 is here, and we know they have other live service games, Marathon, Fair Games. Like, I almost sort of expect Fair Games to be, I don't want to say day and date, but if they announce like Fair Games being day and date, I wouldn't be shocked. So like I expect any of those to be there pretty close. I think, people will be like, well, it's weird because the line before was they'll never do it. Then the line was, well, only ones that have like a license attached to it, like MLB or what have you, right? And then but now it's just live service and it's no single player games. And it's like, man, we've really moved this goalpost back, haven't we? We went from none to just these guys. Come on. No, I think they'll be single player games. Will they be a Spider-Man or a Horizon? I could see Horizon. Because they are making a Horizon MMO or like a Horizon co-op game. That's a live service. So I could easily see them being like, okay, well, because I do think Lego Horizon is going to come to Xbox. The 1 year anniversary is coming up. I would not be surprised if we see it in November. And I think they were even asked about that, when the game launched last year. And they kind of they didn't outright say no, but if I were to bet on it, I'd be like, I think we'll see Lego Horizon. I mean, I couldn't care less about it. The game, I don't think anybody cared about Lego Horizon.
Literally nobody cares about that
game. So, but I could see something like Horizon.
Let me ask you this, Red. Do you think Sony has a warped idea about how popular Horizon is?
Well, I mean, they did just recently say it sold 38 million copies. That's a cost like 4 games, but I don't think many people bought Horizon Call of the Mountain, which was their VR game, or Lego Horizon. And they did bundle a lot of Horizon Zero Dawn with the PS4. But I mean, almost 40 million copies. That's a big franchise. And Herman Hulst, he is from Guerrilla. He is like kind of basically their Matt Booty. So, we know that they're working on a Horizon 3. We also know they're working on a Horizon live service game, a co-op game. So I could easily see them putting those games on Xbox. Like, all right, here's the live service game, but before that, like, here's the actual, like, here's Horizon Zero Dawn, and we'll see how that does. I mean, don't forget, like, Horizon Zero Dawn was the first game they brought to PC. Maybe one of those canary in the coal mine situations. Well, Helldivers 2 seems more like that now. So I sort of wonder, because remember when Xbox came out, and one of the things they did, so when we talk about the stupid business update, where they said all the things and all of it didn't really matter at the end, or they went back on it, like, oh, well, we decided to do this because it was either raise prices or get a new audience, and they ended up doing both anyways, right? Mm-hmm. And then actually going back on the prices because they had to pull back from $80. But they mentioned, like, oh, well, it's just these 4 games, and then, like, could you confirm it's not Indiana Jones or Starfield? It's like, yeah, it's not. But then, like, Indiana Jones was, like, the 5th game, right? So it was, like, the very next game anyways. But they had mentioned how, like, and we had talked about, like, this was a test. They wanted to see how it would do. And I sort of wonder if maybe Helldivers 2 is that sort of thing. Like, it's a litmus test to see, like, if it does extremely well. Okay, well, it does extremely well. Let's do more. Okay, like, there's an audience there. They're gonna buy this stuff. Let's do it with Days Gone. Let's do it with this and that, right? Games that maybe don't have an agreement, like, because like Lego Horizon, I feel like is probably one of those that falls under that agreement of, like, well, it's a license, blah blah blah. But then I guess, like, you could make the argument, like, well, if Helldivers 2 doesn't go so well, and maybe underperforms, maybe they pull back on some of their plans. Maybe Xbox would have pulled back on some of their plans if Sea of Thieves didn't do what it did, right? Because that was one of the things where it was like,
Horizon.
Where, like, hey, Sea of Thieves did incredibly well on PlayStation, and that kind of just justified Microsoft's whole thing. They didn't see any downturn in, like, console usage, so they were like, hey, we saw these extra players, it rejuvenated Sea of Thieves, we made all this extra money, but also at the same time, our platform's still as healthy as it's ever, like, looking at it from what Microsoft and Xbox would look at it. So it didn't hurt. So let's do more of this, right? PlayStation could do the same. Was like, well, if we put Helldivers here, let's see how much it sells, but then see, does it have any tangible, like, effect on our own platform? Does it actually, maybe by more, remember, because what they said about Sea of Thieves, what Matt Booty said, was that by bringing it to PlayStation, they actually saw more usage from people on Xbox and PC too. Like, more people went back to the game on the other platforms because it went to PlayStation. So I wonder if, like, PlayStation will look at it like, all right, well, we know what the current numbers are for Helldivers 2 on PC and PlayStation. Now here's it on Xbox. You tie that to maybe, like, an update or something. And, okay, now we actually have more people came back to it on PlayStation. More people came back to it on PC. People are spending money and all that stuff. So they may look at it like, okay, maybe that could work for this other stuff. So it could be that line of thinking where if it does really well, then, all right, let's do more. Let's do more. Let's do this, that. Oh, let's see how a single player performs. But you know what? Let's not use one of prestige ones yet. Let's see how Days Gone does. Oh, Days Gone does well? Oh, all right. Well, let's see how Spider-Man does, right? And you kind of get the answers what you're looking for. But I also don't think it's going to be fast because, like, ports take time and all those sort of things. So I'm not sure it'd be like one of those things where it's like, boom, you're going to get an announcement every couple months. It might be a little bit slower, but they're definitely, I think, more planned. And if it goes well, I think they'll put even more games out there. If it doesn't go well, maybe they slow it up. But I also sort of feel like, I think the idea of like a day one, like Sony putting Wolverine day one on Xbox, I think that's like a fairy tale, personally.
Yeah, I agree.
What
about Foam Stars?
Well, that's a Square Enix game, and they stopped working on that game, so no.
So you're telling me we're never getting Foam Stars?
No, bro. I'm sorry to tell you, but we aren't getting Foam Stars. No.
Oh, bro. Oh, man.
Unfortunately, we will not be partaking in the Star Foam.
Damn.
But yeah, I mean, Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought that because honestly, like I did think Sony would bring games to Xbox, but I thought it would be further down the line. Because we had talked about like, well, maybe Xbox is ahead of the curve, like they were with some of their strategies with the Xbox One, or they were with Kinect, where they were clearly ahead of the time with a camera and an audio device in your house, which is now standards, right? People love their Alexa, and they love all that stuff like in their homes. They have it all over the place. So it was just like, you're just a little early to it. And I sort of wondered even that with the multiplayer stuff, where it was like, okay, well, maybe you're too early for this, and maybe you're not the company to really do this, to shepherd it and not hurt your own platform. But I mean, Sony, a year later, they're doing it. They may not do it to the breadth that Microsoft is, but they clearly are like, let's do this, let's explore these things, and there's definitely games that they'll do it with. And it really seems like the only one that has no interest in doing any of that stuff is Nintendo. Because, they're not even, they didn't even put Donkey Kong on Switch 1. Like, Xbox and PlayStation were all about cross-gen. Like, all these games are PS5 and PS4. These games are Xbox One and Xbox Series X and X. And Nintendo's like, those 100 some odd million users of the Switch 1, now, if you want to play Donkey Kong and you want to play Mario Kart World, you got to get a Switch 2.
It all boils down to how controlled a company is by their shareholders. Like, clearly Nintendo doesn't give a shit what its shareholders think. Because if they did, their games would be on PC. Let's be real about this. Their games would be on PC. They'd be doing more with online stuff. They'd be doing more service games. They'd be doing more mobile games. They clearly have a mission in mind, and they don't really give a shit about the details, right? So Nintendo wants to make theme parks. They want to be like Disney. They want to make movies, all that kind of stuff. They want to grow the business that way. And, that option is available to them because they've got decades of nostalgia built up with heavily curated franchises, blah, 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 blah. Sony and Xbox could have had that as well, but they spent so much time chasing the older audience that they completely abandoned any efforts to curate nostalgia. And, yeah, it is what it is, right? However, if I'm a Sony and I'm, facing loads of pressure from shareholders to deliver better margins, or if I'm a Microsoft and my executives are paid on the basis of how well the share price is doing, then this is the strategy I'm going to go with, This is the way it just kind of is. It's all about what the shareholders want at the end of the day.
Indeed it is. One of the other things I saw from the Microsoft financials was they're projecting a decline. I don't know if you saw that, but not only a decline for Xbox, but a decline for like Windows OEM and Surface and all these other things.
Yeah, Microsoft's pretty clued up about the sort of the broader strokes politically in America. Microsoft's very clued up about that shit. And obviously today we just got announced a huge wave of new tariffs. And also, I don't know if you've seen the latest job market data coming out of the United States, but they've added fewer jobs than the first year of the pandemic or something like that. So like the tariff war is not having a very positive impact on America's economy right now. So that's part of it, right? People haven't got jobs. They ain't buying any fucking laptops or PCs and shit like that.
They're buying Switch 2s though.
Yeah, but like you got to tell your shareholders what to expect, right? So what will probably happen is that people still buy that shit anyway, and their beat expectations and the share price goes up, as it usually does, right?
But why? So let me ask you. So why do you think they're projecting a downturn in Xbox revenue?
It's purely because I've already spoke to people about this. The reason is that they're just expecting fewer games to launch. They've had like a shitloads of games launching in back-to-back, very rapid succession across PlayStation and across Xbox.
But what game? But I'm also thinking of last year because they're judging it from year over year. So last year's July, August, and September versus this upcoming July, August, and September. But they didn't really release much last year. So I honestly think there's actually more games releasing in general, like this July, August, and September than last year. I mean, I think the only games that Microsoft themselves launched were like Aura History Untold and Age of Empires Mythology in September. That's it. So when I saw the decline, I was like, well, you have all these games that, yeah, sure, like they did all their sales in April, May, or in June or whatever, but
There's no Minecraft movie. There's
yeah,
there's no Minecraft movie.
There's no but there was no Minecraft movie last year at the same time though. They're literally comparing year over
But
year.
aren't they talking about
No, they're
comparing
comparing
fiscal year to this past year?
they're comparing year to year. It's year over year. So they're comparing this upcoming July, August, and September with last year's July, August, and September. You know, when they said like, hey, Xbox content and services was up 10%, they're comparing it to last year at the same point in time. So
I thought they were talking about the entire fiscal, because that's what I was talking about with my sources. They were talking about we're expecting to release fewer games across the whole fiscal year, not quarter. You're talking quarterly.
Yeah, well,
because remember, Microsoft's entire fiscal just ended.
Sure, but they still had they also had their quarterly. It was like quarterly is like, hey, how did April, May, and June do, and then how did the whole quarter, the whole fiscal year do? But Microsoft's projections for July, August, and September, they're against what they did last year in July, August, and September. Right.
All right. Well, I wasn't sure if they were talking.
Unless I'm completely wrong on this.
The conversation I had was year over year. So year over year, they are expecting to be down because no Minecraft movie boosting Minecraft, no Forza Horizon hitting PlayStation for the first time.
Sure, but but those wouldn't come around until 2026 in April when those things happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're talking again quarter over quarter. I'm talking year over year.
Yeah, but I'm saying Amy Hood's projections, unless Amy Hood's projections were for the whole upcoming fiscal year, like they expect
That's what I thought they were, yeah.
But I thought Amy Hood's projections were for just the next quarter.
Oh well, I didn't ask about that. So
let me see if I can find it, because this obviously.
Let's just assume they are projecting it to be down for next quarter. What bangers are coming out then?
Well, I mean, in comparison to what came out last year, you got Borderlands 4. You got like Metal Gear.
No, but first party.
Well, last year they only had Aura History Untold and Age of Empires Mythology. That was it. That's all they put out in between July, August, and September.
Maybe they're purely going off economic data, downturn, shit like that. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, it's certainly possible.
Tariffs. People fearing for the economy. I don't know.
I'm trying to find the information what Amy Hood said.
I think year over year is clearer because, like I say,
maybe it was year over year, but then also that's also a year where they're gonna have like Halo and Forza Horizon 6 and. Well, actually, it depends on when those actually launch, though. So, because their thing is July to July. So maybe if you're projecting for the whole year, then it'd be a downturn. I mean,
they had a lot of shit this year. A lot of stuff. Yeah, the conversation I had was about the full fiscal, not just the quarter.
Well,
I assumed it was about. I assumed it was.
I thought it was about the quarter. You thought it was about the fiscal year, and I guess we'll find out. Because I'm trying to find that info. Okay, here we go. Tom Warren tweeted, Microsoft CEO Amy Hood on Windows devices and Xbox for Q1 2025. Windows OEM declined mid to high single digits. Devices Surface revenue declined. Gaming revenue declined mid to high single digits. Xbox content and services declined mid single digits. So, yeah, she's just forecasting for Q1.
The next quarter.
Yeah. And I would be like, well,
Yeah, so comparing to last year,
so
I
they're
don't know.
comparing it to last year, but last year it's like they didn't like there wasn't. So maybe they expect the
The
economic
economy was
downturn
just
to
the
hurt more.
economy was just a stronger place, man.
But then they also have more games in other places, you know, and stuff. So I guess we'll see. Maybe it's one of those things where maybe it actually doesn't decline, and maybe it stays steady, or maybe it increases or something. But I did look at that, and I was like, huh, interesting. I didn't really expect that, because there are a lot of big games coming out between now and September that I can't really remember at this time. I'd have to look at what released during that time frame last year. But anyways, and yeah, let's see what else we got here. Oh yeah, a little bit of Sony news. Sony suing Tencent over the Horizon clone.
Oh man,
Which
I mean, it is
what,
pretty shameless, right?
I mean, I think the nail in the coffin is the fact that Sony said that Tencent had tried to license the Horizon IP from them twice before, and then they come up with that game. I mean, yeah, you look at it and it's like, oh, that seems like a shameless ripoff. But then you find out that Tencent wanted to license the IP, and you're like, well, wait a minute here. It's almost like they built the game and they were like, Sony's going to give us the IP, and then like they didn't, and they're like, well, fuck it, we're still releasing this, right?
I mean, it's kind of what happened with Warcraft, because Warcraft was originally meant to be a Warhammer game, but Games Workshop were like, nah, we want people playing tabletop. We don't want people playing video games. That's dumb. So like Blizzard were like, okay, well we'll make our own game about orcs and humans. But I suppose it's a little bit more difficult for Warhammer to really do anything about that, because orcs are from mythology and Tolkien and all that kind of shit, right? But this is like, it's a bit, it is shameless, you know. They've ripped off the color palette, you know, the iconography, the style. You know, they could have changed it up a little bit more, you know. And I saw people comparing Pokemon and Palworld, but it's like, Palworld's a completely different genre. And also it's quite satirical in its nature. It's like Pokemon with guns, a bit of a satire. It's also a survival game with some monster catching elements. You know, it's almost, you know, and you're gonna talk, if you're gonna compare things like that, then you have to start looking at Dragon Quest and Pokemon, you know, and shit like that. But I don't know. I think Sony's got a pretty strong case there, but it will be interesting to see like what they can actually get what kind of concession they can actually get there. Tencent's a really big company with very expensive lawyers like Microsoft, so
Yeah, I
I'll
mean,
watch that one. It'll be interesting to watch.
it's pretty apparent, right? that
Very apparent.
yeah, I think they have a case, but we'll see.
I think they're different.
A little bit of other Xbox news. I totally forgot about this because I was going to cover it after the whole smorgasbord of the clickbait stuff that everybody would say. Is Xbox Game Studios Publishing has 2 unannounced cross-platform games set for release in 2026, according to a LinkedIn post. This comes from a senior game producer who's been working full-time at Xbox since August 2022, where they serve as a senior producer driving end-to-end development of AAA and AA titles in collab with world-class studios. And their key contributions include leading development pipelines for 2 unannounced cross-platform titles set for release in 2026. Now, this person also said here in their LinkedIn that they were driving production efforts for Aura History Untold and Contraband, aligning studio workflows with Microsoft's quality, inclusion, and accessibility standards. So Contraband mentioned here. Which, have you gotten any signal from Xbox the game's been alive or dead? Because I know you were trying to get that. So
not a peep.
But I sort of wonder. Here's the thing: if the game was canceled, I would imagine the people at Avalanche would have already said so, right? Those. Like they,
here's what I think. I think the game's not cancelled, but it's on its last legs. I think it's like if it misses another milestone, that's it. That's kind of my assumption there.
So, what do we think these 2 unannounced cross-platform titles are for release? Now, a lot of people are taking a lot of guesses. I've seen a lot of people saying Halo because technically Halo, the Halo remake or whatever it is unannounced. But there's also like the people immediately when they see this they go to, okay, this has to be an Xbox Game Studios game. But it says Xbox Game Studios Publishing, and this person even says how they worked on Aura and Contraband. So I sort of wonder if this is what used to be Xbox Global Publishing. I don't know if they changed their name. Where these aren't necessarily stuff from first party, but they're stuff from like Ninja Gaiden 4, for example, or Contraband, or Aura would be examples of those sort of projects. So unless you know something different, Jez, I wonder if these are, like maybe that game from 100, the people from X Rocksteady, maybe it's their game, or maybe it is something from first party. If so, like, what do you think these 2 platform unannounced? Because that does, State of Decay 3 is announced, so that's the whole thing here is like they're unannounced games, and they're releasing next year. Because I think we did talk about, and you did hear that Microsoft wants to really pull back on announcing games too far out.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously it's hard to say. Microsoft has 40 games in development, according to Matt Booty, and I think Satya reiterated that on the shareholder call this past week.
It's a lot of games. A lot of games.
Yeah, some of those are probably going to be remakes, remasters, that kind of thing. There's also like the Spyro project, the rumored Spyro project. Could that be something? Presumably those guys have been working on that since before going independent. Yeah, it could be anything, man. It's hard to guess.
Do you think? I guess the question I want to ask is, do you think this is Xbox Game Studios proper, or do you think this is like their global publishing arm? Right.
I mean, like first party or second party?
Like first party being like, oh, this could be Double Fine's other game, or this could be, World's Edge has got a new something else coming out. Like one of from their 30 studios that they have internally. Or
well, I don't want to overhype it, but one thing that I do know that Xbox is quite bullish on is Machine Games' new IP, which I'm told is like a bit like a tactical shooter, a bit like Rainbow Six PvP. So I think they're quite excited about that one. So maybe that could be it. And I've started hearing more about that recently, so maybe it's getting closer to being ready. I don't know. But there's also like a long rumored stuff from the leaked documents at FTC. You got Fallout 3 remake that's supposed to be happening. So maybe that's one of them. It'll be good to launch that at least somewhere near the TV show to capitalize on that. I honestly don't know, man. Do you have any thoughts?
No, I mean, I personally think it's like the global publishing games, like an extra 2, because you already have like, we already know, like, considering Phil said 4 games, like, oh, Halo, Gears, Fable, Forza, like, those 4 games. Plus, I mean, if they also had a couple unannounced games from global, because Ninja Gaiden 4 was revealed this year and is releasing this year, and I sort of wonder if that's how they want to go about it in the future, where it's like, all right, earlier in the year, boom, here's an announcement from the X Rocksteady guys. This is their, this is their next game. Or,
could one of them be else?
I was gonna say as long as it's unannounced, but I mean, I guess that depends because, I think that's first party studio. So does that fall under this? Does this include first party games? Right. Does this only include like the global publishing games, quote unquote? So, but I mean, that's another 2 games potentially that could be next year outside of the 4 that we already know. Which, if that's true, that's 6 games already earmarked for next year. So it's like, how many games are going to come out next year? Because we have like 12 this year, right? So it's pretty good. Yeah. It's pretty good. What else did I have?
Backlog's hurting, man.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't know if you saw this. This is kind of funny, but Ubisoft is threatening to sue the actor from Black Flag.
I didn't see that. Why?
Yeah, well, because I guess he hinted that there was a remake coming at like a fan convention signing where he thought he wasn't on camera, and he sort of hinted that there was one coming. So I guess I saw like Insider Gaming say that Ubisoft's threatening to sue him.
That's not very nice.
I mean, no, it's not. I
mean, he did break an NDA, though, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I don't think he outright said it. He just kind of hinted at it. And also, I know you're going to love this. Roblox will have dating in the future.
Oh, I did see that.
What do you think
That's
about
quite
this?
old news.
Well, yeah, still.
They want Roblox to be a full-bore social network, I think.
Yes.
They're always talking about that kind of shit. I mean, it already is to some degree. But
dating in Roblox. Platform where most of the people on there are like below the age of 12. Oh man, what's the world gonna come to?
Well, it's cooked, bro. It's cooked.
Yeah. But anyways, I think it's time to get into our Patreon questions. So thank you guys so much for watching. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Check out our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark VPN. You get 86% off a 2-year little deal. And, you can always support us at patreon.com/XB2. And let's take a look at some of these Patreon questions we have from the crew, the Xbox 2 crew, or as Jez likes to call them, the Xbox 2 universe.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got. We have Vito. Can you add more context to the Game Pass revenue? I tried making the math work and I couldn't land on something that seemed to make sense.
Man, asking me to do math is like, I don't know, asking a elephant to do brain surgery.
Well, I mean,
I can't do it. The problem with the Game Pass numbers is like we don't know the breakdown we don't know the granularity of the business. Like we don't know how many users are currently available on the platform. We don't know how much Microsoft is paying out to third-party developers. We don't know how much it's paying out to first-party developers. We don't know a lot of that stuff, right? So without a full holistic look at their entire budget stream, we can't really come to any sort of meaningful conclusion. But at the end of the day, they know exactly how much money is coming in from Game Pass. They know exactly how much money they're getting month over month. They know the average churn rate. They know what to expect. So they know what to spend, in essence, right? So you would think that with a subscription model and Microsoft being such a big subscription dude, they've got so many different subscription models across Microsoft 365, Copilot, everything, that you would think that they know by this point, after decades of doing subscription services, that they would know exactly how to avoid a scenario where Game Pass was not profitable. It's probably easier to make sure it's profitable than pretty much anything else out there. But yeah, I don't know. On breaking down the numbers, well, it's kind of hard, right? We don't know how much they invest in content and all that shit.
Well, yeah, you can't really break it down because I mean, obviously, it's just like what, money in over money out. Yeah. So it's like, what's the revenue? And if you take Satya saying, "Oh, they almost made $5 billion," so even if you just put it at $5 billion, okay, like $5 billion. Okay, what's your expenses? Your expenses being the deals they pay out to sign the games. Is your expenses plus whatever losses you would write up for your first party releases probably that year you release the game, right? So, then you add up, okay, here's our total revenue versus here's our expenses, all that stuff. Boom. You're either in the red or you're in the black. It's probably that simple. But because Microsoft they don't give updates on number of users, breakdowns of like, hey, how many people are on Ultimate versus how many people are on Standard. We don't know. We've seen reports of like deals can be from like 50,000 to 50 million or whatever. But we don't know how many there are. So it'd be impossible for us to tell you, what it is, but you can definitely tell you, like, how you would, if you had it, how you would figure it out.
Yeah.
For the brand says, hello fellas, I just wanted to ask about what other PlayStation titles you think will be ported to Xbox. Thanks and enjoy the weekend. Well, I think we
did talk about that in depth.
That.
Yeah.
I definitely think Lego Horizon is next, and then after that, who knows? I think first though, I think it's probably important that Helldivers 2 sells well.
Yeah, I think like if Helldivers 2 does really, really well, I think you might see Nixis get into porting stuff like Returnal, maybe. Things that aren't necessarily hugely consequential. But that's the optimistic take. Maybe it is just service games. I'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. But Lego Horizon, and then depending on the success of Helldivers, you could easily see like that Days Gone, because that doesn't it's not attached to any current franchise. It's basically dead.
No.
So, but you could sell copies of it, and Returnal, like Jess says, maybe even Sony would view a Returnal port to be like, hey, well, maybe that's advertisement for their new game Saros. Something along those lines, and then if they really wanted to, maybe they eventually get down to Spider-Man or something. But I think we'll see on that. John says, hey, Rand and Jez, my question this week is about what will the Xbox Online experience look like and feel like in the UK in the future with the age verification crap that has been announced this week. I'm guessing that with your Xbox account being linked to a location using a VPN to spoof your location won't work. Will the UK essentially be second-class citizens when going online in the Xbox ecosystem, or do you think there will be workarounds that people will use? So Jez, what's going on there?
Microsoft's already... So the government's given gaming platforms a year to figure out their shit, but Microsoft already turned theirs on. I put my phone number in, verified instantly, and that's it. Don't have to do it again. That's it.
So you just had to give them a phone number? Who'd you give the phone number to? Microsoft?
No, some service called Yoti, I think. I think it's an American company. And basically what they do is they phone... It pings your mobile phone company, who, by the way, it was already the law in the UK that if you've got a mobile phone, that they have to have filters on it. So, I've got my phone company knows that I'm 18. I put my phone number in, and then boom, it was like, oh yeah, you're verified. It literally took about 10 seconds. And I think for gaming platforms, I don't think it's an issue, right? What people don't want is to link their shit to things like porn sites and things like that, It's like, I don't mind giving Xbox my phone number, but do I want Pornhub to have my phone number? Not really, So I don't think it's going to affect Xbox at all, especially not for people who are over 18. But I think a lot of the people who are like clowning on the UK and Australia and other countries that are bringing this in right now, I think they're going to be in for a rude awakening, because this feels like a global trend. I mean, it was actually a lot of American states that brought this in first, the age verification shit, and it's honestly corrupt as hell, because the age verification systems don't really work. I mean, you can get around them. Like, people have been using Death Stranding photo mode to get around them, for one thing, for the facial recognition part of it. If you do the facial recognition part, because obviously it's very easy to verify in the UK with a phone number, because the phone company already knows that you're 18, or whether you're 18 or not. But like, if you're in somewhere where there isn't like a centralized law about the phone system having your age, then it's really corrupt, because you're giving your data to a private company, and it's like, well, what does this company do with my data? They're selling my data, they're basically, and also that obviously they get a government contract for that shit. So under the guise of saving the kids, really what it's about is some private company getting a government contract and getting taxpayer money for free. And then if you want to get really deep with it, you could trace who owns these companies, and you'll probably end up finding out that, hey, a lot of these companies are, owned by politicians or politicians' relatives. So it's a legal way for them to siphon some taxpayer money, right? Under the guise of saving the kids. Will you ever think of the kids, Rand?
Think of the kids.
Think of the children, bro.
Think of the kids.
So that's it. So while it is a load of bullshit, I don't think it's really going to have any meaningful impact on gaming at all. I suppose it'd be harder for little kids to play Grand Theft Auto. But then again, you could just let your kid log into your account.
Did you see Grand Theft Auto apparently is going to have its own age verification or something? Grand Theft Auto Online? I thought I saw some article about that today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, man. But this is the golden age of the internet's over. It's only going to get worse from here.
Did you see the other report that like half of the traffic online is like fake? It's from like fake bots, and like 75% of Twitter's audience is fake bots?
I'm not shocked about that, even slightly.
Yeah. Like, apparently, the dead internet theory seeming to be more and more true. That it's just going to be fake accounts making fake AI videos with all the replies being from fake accounts.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad, but that seems to be the future. Logan, who says, hey guys, hope all's well. Congrats to Jez on finally getting a Monster Hunter Tales game on Xbox. Question: with Sony looking at multiple strategies as well for older games, think this would be a good time for Resistance, Infamous, or Killzone Collection to launch everywhere? That would require Sony actually remastering those games. And
yeah,
if they haven't done it by now, I'm not sure they ever really are going to do it. But yeah, I really do want them to do it because I would actually play those. Like, I didn't play Resistance 1, 2, or 3, and I didn't play Killzone 2 or 3, and I didn't play the Infamous games. So I'd actually be for that because I would be like, oh, well, those games are stuck on the PS3 and I don't have them. So if you remastered them or remade them, I would definitely be interested in. And those are like older games that you that could fall under like, would it matter if we put the Resistance games elsewhere? But I also feel like if Sony did do that, they'd probably because they probably would keep it for themselves for a bit, even though they're older, because that would maybe imply that they have plans for the franchise in the future. But that's something they should have done at this point, regardless. So, as much as I would want them to do it, I don't know. I don't know if they ever will at this point, right?
Yeah, I don't think they ever will either.
I mean, Guerrilla seems like they're not interested in going back to Killzone. Insomniac seems to be a Marvel farmhouse or a Marvel a Marvel studio at this point. I don't think they want to go back to Resistance. It just doesn't seem like. Sure, the idea of like you could probably port those games and then make money on it, but usually they do those things and it's like it serves another purpose of like we need to get people ready for a sequel. So unless you're handing those IPs off to somebody else, I don't know. And even Sucker Punch. I mean, they've talked about how maybe they would like to do Infamous again, but the Ghost series I think is sold better than Infamous ever had. So it's like, do you want to go backwards? It's like one of those things with Insomniac where people were like, Sunset Overdrive, do a remaster of Sunset Overdrive and do Sunset Overdrive 2. But it's like Sunset Overdrive wasn't a success. And they have the Spider-Man games and they have these Marvel games up that are going to make more money than a Sunset Overdrive ever could. And it's like, do you really want to go back to something that didn't work? After all this time, I mean, we just saw, what's a dev that revisited a fan favorite? Like, Alan Wake. We saw Remedy do Alan Wake 2 after, was it 12 years? Or whatever? Or 13, 14 years after Alan Wake 1? And even now, people are like, oh, the game wasn't a success. I think it's sold. Maybe it's approaching 3 million units. I think they finally said it finally earned all of its money back or something. Granted, it was also Steam only or Epic only, which I think hurt some of its sales on PC. But even still, like, it was a sequel to a game that was a cult hit that didn't sell well. and how good, even though Alan Wake 2 is like my top 5 games of this generation, it didn't really blow the doors off sales wise. And if you're Insomniac and your PlayStation and you're like, what would you rather do? Resistance 4 or another Marvel game or another Ratchet that may do better? I don't know. I mean, I think it's like you're going to do the Marvel game, really, right?
Yeah. That's the curse of, kind of the curse of success, right? If you have a really super successful game, it kind of locks you into that. Like a lot of people say, like, oh, I'd love for there to be a Warcraft 3 someday or a StarCraft 3. And it's like, well, Blizzard's got much more successful games on the other side now.
Yeah. OMG Turtles says, good day to you, gentlemen. What is your Mount Rushmore of video games? That's 4 video games that with significance to the nation of video games. Have a great day. Our Mount Rushmore. So does that mean, am I trying to think what is the Mount Rushmore of video games in general for everybody, or what is my personal Mount Rushmore?
Well, Mount Rushmore, I think, is typically referring to like what is, I don't know.
But like because I know this question always gets asked about like wrestling. Like who is on your Mount Rushmore? And you can pick 4. Right. And for me, it would always be like The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, CM Punk, and probably like Shawn Michaels. But, if you look in like, well, it's like, oh, how could you leave off Hulk Hogan? But it's like, Hulk Hogan didn't mean much to me. Like, those 4 did. Like, The Rock and Stone Cold were essentially why I got into wrestling when I was a teenager. You know what I mean? Yeah. And CM Punk brought me back when he started to get hot in like 2011 or whatever it was. So it's like those are the ones that are the Mount Rushmore for me. Like, there's a difference. Like, who's the Mount Rushmore overall? You'd be like, well, Hogan, Flair,
woo.
Who would even be there? But that's my point. It's like if we're going, I'll just talk from my. Give me your. We'll just go for our personal. What is your personal Mount Rushmore, Jez?
Personal Mount Rushmore. Games that are like. I'm gonna pick games like not necessarily games that I think are. I mean, I suppose games that I think are like that I really like, but also games that I think are just super important to the industry. So, one of them I think is probably the original Deus Ex. I think that game is hugely influential and continues to be influential to this day. I think. I also think the original Super Metroid. I think like Super Metroid, like the way the map's laid out to this day informs developers how to make a cool map for their game.
You got the OG Deus Ex and Metroid. Okay, we got OG Metroid. All right.
I think you kind of got to pick Doom.
OG Doom. Okay.
You got to pick Doom. And I'm also going to pick.
See, I don't know how you could do this if you're really doing it the way you're doing without having like Super Mario's 1 on there.
Yeah, I've been trying to avoid putting Super Mario on there because I don't like it.
I know, but it really does seem like you're going in that direction.
Yeah.
So what would be your 4th?
It's tough, man.
I'll go. You think of one.
Part of me was thinking like the original Fallout, but then you kind of have to pick the original Wasteland for that, really.
See, I'm going to go in a completely different direction. I'm talking about my personal Mount Rushmores, right?
All right.
Because if you were to just do like overall Mount Rushmore of video games for the whole industry, it'd be like Super Mario Brothers, Sonic, maybe, Grand Theft Auto. One of the Grand Theft Autos, probably the Grand Theft Auto 3, right? and who knows what the fourth would be. But I'm going with Final Fantasy VII. I'm going with Halo 2. I'm going with Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
That's lame.
Man, I don't care. I still remember the first time I felt when I saw that game. I mean, that's the game I got a Nintendo for. It wasn't Mario. It was Punch-Out. And Half-Life.
Yeah, I was thinking Half-Life as well.
Those would be like my... Maybe I would drop Punch-Out and put in like something else, but I was trying to like, what is the game from my childhood that really I saw and it really had an impression on me, and it would be either that game, Punch-Out, or it'd be like Super Mario Brothers 3. But I still remember the first time I saw Punch-Out. I went into my buddy's room. We were on vacation in Wisconsin. He was sick, so he was in his room. I step in there, and I see just magic on the television. I see this game. Never seen it before. And pick up the controller, and it's like stayed all night in that house playing with him, and just being like, and then immediately like, I want one of these. And then I got a Nintendo. But Final Fantasy VII, I played that game like 5 times. I
think you kind of have to you have to consider Metal Gear really as well. It's a hard question to answer like off the cuff.
Well, kind of the thing is like it's one of those things where if I'm considering a personal thing, I liked and enjoyed Final Fantasy more than I replayed and liked Metal Gear 1, Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, I don't think I did.
And I just remember also with Half-Life, where you said Doom, I'm thinking Half-Life.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't tell you how many times I replayed Half-Life.
I've never played the original Half-Life,
So, those would be our... Did you come up with the fourth?
I'm just going to put World of Warcraft in there.
Okay.
The progenitor of the service game, really.
Fair enough. Panda Man says, hello, Rand and Jez. You say always vote with your wallet. This year I haven't spent much with Xbox in my playtime hours last 4 months. Went to PC and Nintendo. I don't know that I'm looking for anything, but it does bring up a question. I assume there are more people like me that are only playing Game Pass games on Xbox now. How does Xbox ever bring these people back?
Well, doesn't matter because you subscribed.
Yeah, I suppose maybe they look at it like that, especially with revenues of $5 billion potentially, and they're looking for it to grow. Maybe they're perfectly okay with you playing on PC and spending your money there, and still subscribing to Game Pass and what have you. They may be perfectly okay with that.
I think it was always like the average player only bought less than 2 games a year on Xbox anyway. So if they stay subscribed, it's potentially more money. But, I spend quite a lot on Xbox, but I'd probably spend way more if it wasn't for Game Pass. Probably. But even then, I'm not sure, actually. Would I? I suppose that's where the math comes in. It's like, would I save money if I cancel Game Pass, or wouldn't I? I honestly don't know, and I can't be bothered to do the arithmetic in my head or make a spreadsheet because it's a relatively trivial amount of money, like $20 a month. That's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 coffees a month. Well, 2 if you're buying from fucking Starbucks. Why has Starbucks become so expensive, man? What's the deal with that, Rand? You're an economist. Why is Starbucks so expensive?
Because people need their coffees, so it's one of those things where they can kind of charge almost as much as they want because it's something that people need. And maybe they're trying to stretch how much they can get away with before people being like, I'll just make coffee at my own home.
Fuck it.
Yeah. We got Robbie who says, "Sup, dudes? As an Xbox physical bro, there are dozens of us. Do you think, with the possibility of OEM consoles, that some hardware manufacturers will include a disc option to capture that market in the event Microsoft omits one? They could guarantee sales to a pretty dedicated user base, although I understand there is no gain for users buying discs for their consoles. Have a great weekend, gents. I never write in, but I've been lurking since 2018, and I hope to listen to many more." Well, thank you.
Well, thanks so much.
And thanks for writing in. So the whole physical question, right?
I suppose one of the things about physical dicks is that that's an old meme now. I bet a lot of the people who remember the physical dicks hilarity have probably moved on. But one thing I did notice is that Xbox, so a couple of Xbox games, I can't remember which they were. Was one the Outer Worlds? I think Outer Worlds 2. Some of those games that were originally digital codes only, they've reverted to having discs, which is unexpected, I would think. So maybe there is hope for physical. I don't know.
I think there's less chance. Look, if we're talking about which one will have a physical disk drive, I think there's less of a chance the OEMs would put one in, and more of a chance Microsoft themselves will have a solution, if not a disk drive in it themselves.
Yeah, maybe it's just like that's the exclusive feature the first party system has, is the physical discs.
Or, maybe it just makes sense to me for them to make a physical add-on. Maybe they don't want to include it for pipeline reasons. Like, it'd be easier just to, we're not going to include a disk drive with everyone, but if people want a disk drive, they can buy one here that could plug into our console, that can plug into any of these future OEM consoles. If you are somebody that has a dedicated physical library, because it seems like physical on Xbox is going the way of the dodo bird. I just saw Chronos: The New Dawn. Even though the game's coming out on Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation, the only physical version that's releasing is on PlayStation, because the Nintendo Switch version, I guess, is a game key. Because all the hubbub about the game key stuff now, right?
Yeah.
So Xbox isn't getting it's just digital only, and I can sort of see that being basically the future of the platform. I mean, it already is. It's basically digital only. The bigger games get physical releases, but I could just see that being less and less over time. But I understand how, people that have huge libraries of Xbox games, especially with back and pat, all those Xbox One games, all those series games, you're thinking in the back of your head, well, if I get the next console, whatever it would be, I should be able to play all these games. The back and pat's going to be there, and I want to be able to put in my disc and be able to play it. But that's assuming there is a disk drive. But, Microsoft released the Series S without a disk drive. They released the Series X without a disk drive. Sony is selling a digital. Even their disk drives are all attachments. So, are we just going to go on the next gen and, there's no disk drives on these things? And you just have to, if you want one, they're going to overprice a disk drive? Because I could totally see that happening. I could see Xbox putting out but that's all those other thing, Jez, is I expect the next Xbox to be expensive. And you know what? Maybe because it's expensive and maybe it's only going to sell 20 million units or whatever, maybe they just put a disk drive in it regardless because it's for the hardcore. Right?
Yeah.
That could be another area that we're not really looking at, where let's say the Xbox Series X2 is $1,000. Then who's it really appealing to? It's really appealing to the Uber Xbox fan that spends. Well, yeah, I mean you could say, well, nobody at that price point, but it would only really be appealing to the people that are Uber hardcore Xbox fans that potentially might have a large physical collection. So maybe by charging that much, you'd be okay with putting a physical disk drive in. Or you could say, well, if we're not charging $1,000 and say it's $700, maybe they're like, well, to help with costs, we're going to sell you this disk drive for $200 or $150. Clearly way more than it needs to be, but we're going to make money off of it because we're going to sell it to the people that are super hardcore. You know what I mean? Either solution.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I've tried to get hints about what's going on with the disk drive, but it doesn't sound good for people who want a disk drive. It's just the trend. That's the way the industry has been trending since the advent of Steam. When's the last time you saw a laptop with a disk drive? It's, laptops used to have disk drives. They used to be chunky things with like, oh, here's my disk drive, huge bloody chunky thing poking out. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's a shame, but it's also like it's just the way things are going, man.
Chris M says, "Hey guys, with YouTube announcing they'll be using AI to determine the age of the users based on the type of content they watch, how much of a disaster does this sound like it's going to be? Also, should we be alarmed at how quickly everyone seems to be rushing to AI for everything now, and there doesn't seem to be any signs of that changing anytime soon? Hope you guys have a great AI-free weekend."
Yeah, it's really grim and alarming the way all that shit's gone, definitely. Like YouTube didn't even need to do this. I mean, there's no obviously there's legislation in the UK and Australia. Australia's just banned all children from YouTube, all of them. So anyone under the age of 16 it's now illegal for them to use YouTube, which I think is nuts.
Well, I mean, hey, there are people have made
Yeah.
arguments that children should be banned from all social media platforms, from Twitter, from TikTok, until they reach a certain age, because they
Yeah, but
they,
is
you know.
YouTube is hardly a social network. I mean, yeah, there's a comment system, but it's like you can't really message people. You don't put like a profile on there, like unless you're a creator actively putting your shit on the internet. I mean, it's not really a social network, is it? I don't know. But I did see that there was a study. I can't remember what country it was off the top of my head. What country was it now? It was Denmark or the Netherlands or something like that. Some country in the European Union has banned under 16s from having smartphones, I think, or it's under 13s or something like that. And I can't remember which country it was, but they released like a big science study, and it was like the learning and memory outcomes are like really great for all the kids that don't have smartphones. They're learning better, they've got better attention spans. All the shit that you would expect completely by common sense to happen indeed seems to be the case. So I do think there is some alarm within governments about the way social media and smartphones have impacted Gen Z and maybe Gen Alpha as well. Because if I'm a teacher in this day and age and I've got all my kids just constantly on their phones, constantly making memes, using AI to bully people and shit like that, it's kind of like a nightmare. It's not like when we were kids and the internet was just coming in. Social media was like, I think social media really started to be a thing when I was like 17, 18. I just missed it. But I can't imagine what my school would have been a hellscape with all that technology, man. It was bad enough without it. You know? But I don't know. I suppose it is what it is, right? It does suck, but I also think there are genuine negative impacts and outcomes on kids and young people when it comes to these platforms. Frankly, there's negative outcomes for adults as well. But adults are like, we give adults the opportunity to make their own mistakes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think like you got to give kids you got to give them at least a chance at having a normal life. Otherwise, it's GG, right?
Yeah, we have James Wiseau who says, a new tag team fighter releases. The starting roster is Phil and Satya, Matt Booty and Sarah Bond, and Jez and Rand. Who are you maining? Well, I mean, I'm totally maining me, and Jez is totally maining Jez. Totally. Rand and Jez versus everybody else. We win.
I don't know, man. I might main Satya Nadella and just take the money and run.
He's got the money, I guess. Yeah, he's got the money.
He's got all the money.
So yeah, maybe Satya is the way to go. Omen says, "Happy Friday." Jez, with all these pushes for Xbox Play Anywhere, do you think Microsoft might take some time to improve the count of Play Anywhere games for some of the more legacy first-party titles ahead of the ROG Ally launch?
I've asked about this actually, especially with regards to like, can we get some of those older games with Play Anywhere? And the answer I was given was essentially, when the games are sort of done and finished with, the code base gets archived, and it's pretty much like, it's highly unlikely that any games will be retroactively made Play Anywhere, just because those games are archived now, the platform files are archived, all that kind of stuff. There's no interest in going back to working on some of that shit, for better or worse. So I do think retroactive Game Pass stuff is probably highly unlikely, but moving forward, more and more we'll get it out of the box, hopefully, and you know, we'll just have to lament the ones that missed the boat, I guess. There's a lot of older games I'd love to have them Play Anywhere, but I think cloud will bridge the gap for that, because obviously they don't need the code base to light up cloud. They just need more hard drive space, you know?
Right. Let's see here. We have Silas who says, "Hello, boys. Do you ever foresee a point in your lives where you would stop gaming? It could be for various reasons like money, degrading fine motor skills, bedroom, not giving enough attention to a significant other." I mean, sure. I mean, there was a point in time where I never thought I would stop reading, and I did for 14 years. Yeah, I mean, what?
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know you stopped reading.
I didn't read a single book from 2004 to 2021. So what is that? 17 years?
Same, bro.
And you know, like I said, I had been reading since like, for pleasure, since like 1995, 96. So I've been reading for 10 years, and at that point, I never stopped. I never thought I would stop, but I did. So I mean, anything can happen, of course. Like, you know, God forbid you have a stroke or some sort of degradation of your fine motor skills where you can't even hold a controller, let alone use it, or maybe something bad happens in your family, or you lose your job and you don't have any money. Yeah, I mean, of course. Maybe you just age out. Maybe the games just don't appeal to you anymore. I mean, yeah. I mean, I could totally see a scenario where you just stop gaming. You know, if it's not something you enjoy anymore, right? Luckily, I still enjoy it, so that's why I still do it.
Personally, I don't see a scenario where I'd stop gaming. Only if, like what Rand says, the games just become totally lame. But I kind of feel like there'll be people of our age that will make games that appeal to people of our age, you know? Even if they're indie games or 2D games or pixel games or whatever. A game I've been playing a lot of recently is a game called Sea Salt, which is like 16-bit monster game kind of thing. Super fun, super old school kind of game. But yeah, that's the only way I'd do it. If every game became Fortnite, then I'm out. I'm out, bro. But yeah, right. I don't think that's gonna happen.
We got Rave Damos who says, "It is the year 2080. In this future, AI has made books obsolete. They are no longer seen as the pinnacle of learning or even a form of entertainment. AI now provides real-time dynamic insight into everything. In this world, for those rare humans who still want to learn without the help of AI, only television and video games remain as meaningful avenues of knowledge and experience. So here's my question. If you could commission one video game to serve as a lasting monument to human art and history, what story mechanics would the game include? What would it be about, and who would you want to develop it? And would it be a live service game that evolves to reflect the accumulation of human history? Looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Happy Friday." Okay.
That's tough, man.
So,
that is tough.
It definitely would not be a live service game. I feel like it has to have a great story. If we're saving it for a reflection of the accumulation of human history, then it has to be something that has deep meaning. And not something where it's just like, "Oh, let me chase around Darth Vader over the corner with my shotgun," you know?
Mm.
So it's got to be something meaningful. Who would make it? Ooh. Maybe CD Projekt Red. That'd be maybe my first guesses. One of my first guess. What mechanics would it include? Story mechanics? Obviously, you need a lot of cutscenes. You need a lot of great dialogue. You need a great story. You need some great characters. And what would it be about? See, I love these questions, but it's like it would have to be about the human struggle in some way or form. I think like the accumulation of where we were, like the struggle of humanity, and like where we came from and where we got to, and then maybe even like a expose about where we are in some form of like maybe allegorical storytelling. So I would put CD Projekt Red on it. Maybe you could set it in I don't want to say cyberpunk setting, but maybe even go a little bit before that and have it in like a modern, like would be modern for us, like in 2023, not 2080. I don't know, and then tell a story about the human condition and what it was like, and that at least that's the stuff that comes to my head first. What about you, Jez?
It's all the Warcraft, man. That's
Yeah.
all you need, bro.
Yeah.
Job done. Nah. I think CD Projekt Red's probably a good shout, but I often think I think CRPGs are a good medium for this.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, no. I was just thinking of something maybe I would want to play, and you know me, I don't like CRPGs, but I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like you could have a CRPG that, delivers some of the things you were talking about, has lots of different characters, takes place across a big world, maybe a contemporary world even. Maybe even it's like Disco Elysium kind of style. That tells some kind of historical events. Maybe the character's a time traveler or something, and goes through like each period in human history from the caveman era, solving issues all the way up to present day. And then he finds out that through his time traveling, he's actually unraveled everything and created some kind of temporal paradox which destroys the universe. And the moral of the story is that the hubris of human curiosity in creating this time travel thing in the first place ends up destroying us all. Something. And then, like, right at the end, it just goes into David Lynch's entire movie catalog.
Mm-hmm.
Back to back.
Okay.
That'd be lit.
We got good old Collinwood. It says, hello, Rand and Jez. Jez, you are going to Gamescom. Lots of journalists and writers will be coming to the event. Who are you looking forward to meeting to make memories? The memories that never leave Cologne. And what games are you personally looking forward to getting your hands on? Rand, what happens to the podcast while Jez is away? Are you not going to be able to do the podcast then?
I will not be. I'll miss one Friday, yeah.
All right, so I'll have to get somebody for the 22nd then, huh?
Yeah.
I'll just have to have a guest on the 22nd, I guess.
Yep. What am I looking forward to seeing the most? I'm looking forward to seeing the ROG Ally the most. Xbox Ally, definitely. I think that would be sick. I'm looking forward to that a lot. I'm also looking forward to playing Chronos, but also Silksong, especially since I've actually finished the first game now. I've actually got a ton of meetings this year, like a truly huge amount of meetings. I don't know if I signed any NDAs for these, so I think these are just public, basically, anyway. Let me just have a quick glance over my list of things that I've got cooking for you guys. So, I'm checking out the Xbox booth. So, all the games that Xbox has there, we listed them out earlier. I'm also checking out, I've got a bunch of hardware appointments, which I have to do. I'm checking out Satisfactory. Satisfactory console version. I was interested in that. God Save Birmingham. I felt like I had to check that out. That's that sort of zombie apocalypse game set in ancient Birmingham in the UK. Looked really cool, but it also looked a bit too good to be true, like people saying it was AI and shit. So I'm interested in that. Checking out new Crimson Desert gameplay. I'm also going to check out World of Warcraft, new expansion. I'm going to visit 11-Bit Studios as well. Silent Hill F, I'm looking forward to checking out. And also Chronos, I got meetings for those as well. So, and also a couple of secret ones with Xbox that I'm pretty sure I can't talk about. So there's a ton of stuff that I'm excited to see, but it's the people, man, that make it. So if any of you guys are going to be out there, definitely come up and say hello. Love to speak to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, hopefully get some behind-the-scenes scoops for you guys, exclusive information, that kind of thing.
All right. And we got Pat Rock, who says, it would be anytime soon, but if Nintendo wanted to experiment with their franchises on PC or even Xbox and PlayStation, which title do you think they would start with? Fire Emblem, Metroid, or something where people might blame the developers for trying to strong-arm Nintendo, like Hyrule Warriors. I personally think Xenoblade would make sense since it doesn't really feel like a Nintendo game.
Yeah, I was going to say Xenoblade, actually, off the top of my head, but I think Metroid is the obvious one that would do well on PC and Xbox and PlayStation. You know, Metroid is the absolute obvious one. It's the only franchise that Nintendo has that intrigues me and I'm nostalgic for. It used to be
it's
Pokemon,
also, I think,
but
one of their only franchises that really doesn't shift units like that. Where Mario Kart sells 60 million, a new Mario sells 30 million, Zelda sells 30 million or whatever the numbers are, but Metroid sells like 3. Something like that, right? Where okay.
Metroid is underappreciated. Nintendo fans don't deserve Metroid. So let it go free. Let it go free, man.
You're getting clipped for that.
Probably. But they didn't buy it, so let me have it.
Well, you have a Switch. You could have played it.
Nah, I gave it away, man.
Oh, okay.
No Switch for me.
No Switch for you. Oh, no.
No Switch for me.
We got a super chat here from Nate Dogg. So Obsidian's not on Fallout, Jez? Heard about Sawyer?
Yeah, I did not see this. Josh Sawyer has me blocked, so I can't even check his page. But I presume he said something about not working on the next Fallout game. Or the next, yeah. I'm not entirely shocked about that. I mean, Obsidian's always wanted to do their own shit. But, and if there is going to be a New Vegas remake, anyone could do that. You know?
I don't think he said anything on Twitter, but he might be over on Blue Sky. I don't know.
I think he is on Blue Sky, yeah.
But
well, I don't know.
I don't know if he said anything recently. And if they are doing let's say if they are doing Fallout New Vegas 2, it probably would just be starting now. You know? Zach Riley, member for 2 months, says, QuakeCon is this week, and we already know there's going to be a new remastered game of the works from Night Dive. Any prediction on what it is? What do you... I didn't know that. So Night Dive is making something? Well, could it be one of like the other Quakes, maybe?
Yeah, Night Dive did Quake, right? So maybe it's another Quake. Maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. I don't even really pay attention to QuakeCon, to be honest with you. So maybe you think maybe we get like Doom DLC announcement? Like when
maybe
like the DLC for Dark Ages or something. I think we probably might see.
Yeah, I usually just ignore QuakeCon because they typically don't announce anything big there, but maybe this year will be different.
Maybe. But yeah, that's the end of the show. Covered everything we want to talk about. A little bit over 4 hours, but that's okay. Had a blast hanging here with you, Jez, and everybody in chat. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the weekend. If you do us a big favor before you get out of here, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Check out our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, where you get exclusive access to podcasts and shoutouts and question and answers and Jez's upcoming trip to Gamescom. We give exclusive info. And our sponsor for the episode was Surfshark VPN, which seems like something you might need more and more these days. 86% off 2-year deal. Basically comes out to like $2 a month for like 26 months. Links in the description. And helps out the show. And definitely will help out you. Keep your security and everything and your internet browsing all safe. But yeah, I'm going to hopefully play some more Ready or Not. Play it on hard, actually go lethal this time, and then my plans to basically finish Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. So I'm really looking forward to playing Mafia next week. So hopefully I can get Ninja Gaiden done by then, which I think I will. And then jump into Mafia. And then see what the rest of the month of August brings. Can't wait to play Metal Gear. Can't wait to play Shinobi. Can't wait to, looking forward to playing Black Myth and all these other games. That it's gonna be a good month. So yeah, we will be back next week for another episode, and we'll see you all then. Keep it gaming, everyone. Later.
Rock and roll, baby.